Hey, good evening, everyone. That was loud. Just wait for a moment. It's all good. Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our regular council meeting of Monday, July the 10th. I do wish to begin today's meeting by acknowledging that we are meeting on the territories of the Syilx and Shaanu Nations. And I do wish to acknowledge their stewardship of the lands and waters that continues to this day. So council, there's just a few housekeeping orders that I would like to go through. For everyone here, please remember to put your mobile devices on silent. Washrooms, if you need them, are down the hallway to my left. And council, we are sitting as council this evening, so our council procedural bylaw is in effect. I'll remind all councillors to please use your microphone and to speak at the microphone, because when you move your head in a different direction, it doesn't pick up. And I was attending virtually in the last meeting, and it's just some pieces for the benefit of those viewing online, as well as for our staff or anyone who wants to return and watch the webcast. If you're not speaking into the microphone, it doesn't pick up anything, and also those in the room can't hear. We do have a number of items coming forward for discussion tonight. So I know I'd like to just do a brief survey, because we have a lot of members of the public here. And I know that many are wanting to speak to some of tonight's agenda. So I just want to make sure that we can accommodate as many people as possible. So the first orders of business are two public hearings for 2037 Maple South, 2104 Charters Road, as well as a development permit with variance for 6671 Wadhams Way. Do we have members in the audience that will be speaking to those items? Okay, so you'll be up first for those items. And then after those conclude, we get into adoption of meeting minutes. We then have a delegation that presents, and then we move into our public question and comment period. Our procedure allows for 10 minutes maximum, or 2 minutes per speaker. So the other item that I want council to consider, and maybe I'll ask, just does everyone here, can you maybe raise your hand and let us know if you're wanting to speak on another item? So we have several looking. Is it about the OCP report? Yeah. Okay. Do we have others that are looking to speak on the community economic development MRDT report? Transportation ride hailing services like Uber and the like? ACE Memorial Project, mural project, Rotary sponsorship, some notice of motions, follow-up correspondence. Okay, so just something for council to consider is we had also planned to have an evening committee of the whole next Monday at 7. And so an option for council to consider is to take the OCP report off of tonight and move it into the committee of the whole. And then that would allow for the more committee, longer speaking time, one item only, and that would allow more members of the public to speak longer than just the 2 minutes. So I know that is a great inconvenience to all of you that have driven to be here tonight, but I'm also just looking at our time together and maximizing to hear from as many people as possible. So that is something that I'll let council consider in the next little bit, a few minutes. The other piece here is that these are very important discussions that we're having, and all of us here have different views and opinions, and sometimes differing of our staff. And so just for all of us to please keep in mind together that we may have differing views, but please be courteous and respectful at all times. And that just allows for the meeting to flow in a way where people are in a safe workplace for our staff, for council members, and it also allows the viewpoints that we desperately need in council chambers. So that's something that I'll be looking for. So council, on tonight's agenda, I would look to approve this now, given what we've just heard. I'll just ask, we can adopt the agenda as it's presented here today. Or are you looking to move something to a committee of the whole? I'd like to see where councillors are with that. It's not my agenda, it's all of ours together. Councillor Bateman, please.
Yes, so I think we can do both. I would hope that we could extend the public comment period to perhaps 20 minutes tonight. And
Okay.
that will allow 10 of you to speak, and we could then extend further if there are more. And then we will still have the committee of the whole next Monday night at 7 o'clock on specifically dedicated to the official community.
Councillor St. Pierre.
I think that the agenda at this time is quite full. We've got a lot of items that actually do require a fair amount of discussion. And I think it'd be doing a disservice to the people that are here to discuss the OCP and to the various items that we have to actually spend some time on. Sure. I think that our agenda is very full, and there's a lot of stuff that actually requires a fair amount of discussion. I think this is not a light agenda in terms of a whole bunch of items that have been long discussed and that we won't really have to spend much time on. There's actually a lot of important work, not the least of which is actually the OCP. I am concerned that we will run out of time and we will run out of brain cells. We will be too tired to actually give all of these items the kind of consideration they should have. I would prefer at this time, although I'm obviously eager to hear from the rest of council, to actually table the OCP until community whole.
Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Worship. I just wanted to highlight that the Director of Planning, Mr. Paolo, is unavailable on Monday and won't be here. So I don't know if that will change council's opinion on bumping this to the next meeting. If the committee of the whole is supposed to be about council hearing from the public and just receiving the information, it won't be an opportunity to hear a lot of feedback back from staff. We would just be taking that information under consideration and could report back most likely in September, the September 11th meeting on anything received at that committee of the whole meeting. So just to confirm, if that was going to get bumped, it wouldn't be a back and forth conversation with the planning department occurring at that meeting. It could just be the case of the public making their opinions heard. Council can receive that information and give staff direction on if you would like us to do anything with that information.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Gray. Councillor Pearson.
Yeah, thank you. Through your worship. And I appreciate all the people that have come out tonight, but I think waiting 2 hours, because it's going to be at least 2 hours before you get to speak. I think and we can't engage with you directly. I can't ask all of you how you feel about that. But I think that what's being suggested by the mayor and two other councillors at this point is it's a more informal discussion at a committee of the whole. Tonight's very rigid. We're going to follow that big, long process. And some of you may be disappointed at the amount of time that you actually get to speak. We're at the committee of the whole. You'll be able to speak more freely and less formally. So it's a suggestion that we postpone it. And it's hard without gauging from the public, because we want to be respectful of you guys all coming here tonight.
Well, I saw that I saw over 10 hands go up. So that's about 30 minutes of speaking time right there. So as long as you're comfortable meeting till whenever, I'm good to go. Do you, Councillor McMath and Beddoes?
Like Councillor Bateman's recommendation, I would start with 30 and then see how it goes. And then if anyone wants to leave, if they want to stay, they can come back to the Cal, but they're here now. So I want to give them the floor.
Okay, Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I'd like to carry on with the OCP portion of it tonight. One is that our staff needs to be present, and the lengthy report we have in here, may align some of the fears of the public. So I am very mindful of the other things because, again, we're up at 8:30 tomorrow, all day event council. So I'm worried about fatigue, but I think Councillor Bateman's suggestion is we hear some, because some of them I feel are going to be repeating the same thing, and go from there. So
Okay.
I like to carry on tonight.
All right, so then I think for approval of the agenda, then it would be that the agenda for the July 10th regular meeting of council be amended to extend the public question and comment period to 30 minutes. Okay, so that's moved by Counselor McMath and seconded by Counselor Bateman. Just on that, just note for members of the public, there is still a 2-minute maximum per speaker, and I will be firm to allow as many people as possible to speak. However, you're more than welcome to return at the committee of the whole or to provide a written submission in addition to, but that's just, I'm sorry, don't even follow my own rule. Okay, so on that note, I'll call the question, please. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Okay, we'll move on. Thank you. Too many devices. Okay. So that takes us right into our public hearing. So I do have a statement to read for the public hearing. This public hearing is being held pursuant to the Local Government Act. At this public hearing, any person who believes that their interest in property is affected by the proposed bylaw will be given a reasonable opportunity to be heard or to present written submissions respecting matters contained in the bylaw that are the subject of this hearing. Copies of written submissions received to date are available. It is important that all who speak at this hearing restrict their remarks to matters contained in the bylaw, and it is my responsibility as chair of this hearing to ensure that all remarks are so restricted. For those of you who wish to speak at the appropriate time, please commence your address to council by clearly stating your name and local government of residence. Then you may give us the benefit of your views concerning the proposed bylaw. Submissions must be received before or during the public hearing in order to be considered by council. Members of council may, if they so wish, ask questions of you following your presentation or submission. However, the main function of council members this evening is to listen to the views of the public. It is not the function of council at this public hearing to debate the merits of the proposed bylaw with individual citizens. Everyone who deems their interest in property to be affected shall be given the opportunity to be heard at this hearing. No one will be or should feel discouraged or prevented from making their views known. Please note that this hearing forms part of the regular meeting of council and as such is being video recorded. Videos and their contents, including any personal information disclosed during the public hearing, will be posted on the district's website. So on that note, we're going to move right into item 4.1, which is zoning amendment bylaw number 887-2027 Maple Avenue South. I'll turn it over to staff, please.
Thank you. All right, I'll just quickly go highlight again the presentation that was given at the first reading of the bylaw. So the subject property is approximately 0.37 hectares, rectangular shaped, and is mid-block on the eastern side of Maple Ave South between Grant Road West and West Coast Road. The vacant, heavily treated property is relatively flat. Provincial mapping shows that Knott Brook runs through the property at the east and west ends of the property. It's currently within the R1 zone, and that zone allows for a single family dwelling with a secondary suite or a duplex dwelling. It's currently designated community residential within our official community plan, which allows for a base density, meaning it may be developed to realize a higher density of 10 dwellings per hectare and allows for low to medium density residential uses. The applicant's not pursuing an amendment to the official community plan as this proposal fits within the community residential designation. Applicant submitted a development permit as well to construct a 45 townhouse unit development on 2039-2035, and if successfully rezoned, this subject property 2027 Maple Ave. They're currently under review with the rezoning application for a official community plan design guideline review. If the bylaw to amend 2027 Maple Ave South is adopted, the development permit application may be issued by the Director of Planning and Development in accordance with our development permit delegation bylaw. The intent of the zoning amendment, as I mentioned, is to construct townhouses, which would satisfy the housing policies within our official community plan, linked with increasing the variety of housing options available to residents within Sooke. To satisfy housing policy objectives, align with the covenant registered with the rezoning of the adjacent properties on 2035, 2039, and 2043 Maple Ave South. 10% of the proposed dwellings constructed are to be provided as affordable housing units. Staff are recommending that this condition be carried over into the covenant registered for the subject property as well, and to be developed alongside the other two properties associated with the development permit for this property for townhouses. Amending the zone of the subject property will allow for the construction of higher density development, which meets the policy objectives for increasing density on the site, which is close to the town center where goods and services can be easily accessed. As well, redeveloping a site where there are existing services reduces the need for development to encroach into natural and greenfield sites. Provincial mapping shows that Knott Brook enters the property at the east and west ends. A riparian areas protection report approved by the Ministry of Environment will be required prior to the issuance of the development permit. Environmental management best practices will also apply in violations of the Wildlife Act, such as cutting down trees during the nesting window, are also enforceable by the Ministry of Environment. Staff are recommending that the relevant conditions from the associated covenants registered on 2035 and 2039 Maple Ave be included within the covenant for this property. If adopted, they will also trigger upgrades to Maple Ave South, including road dedication and frontage improvements, connection to the sewer, and any upgrades to the system as required, the installation of underground services. The riparian areas assessment report, as I mentioned, will identify environmental sensitivities and mitigation procedures. And as well, 10% of the proposed dwellings will be provided as affordable housing and 10% to be constructed to meet adaptable housing unit standards. Following successful rezoning, staff will finalize the review of the development permit for the proposed townhouses. As I mentioned, can be issued by the Director of Planning. So with that, staff are recommending third reading following conclusion of the public hearing. So at this time, I'll conclude my presentation and turn it over to the chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll look to council first to see if you have any questions about the staff report. Go ahead, Councillor St. Pierre.
A couple of quick ones. One was about the base price of 220,000, basically as a default for the cost of the affordable units. If the cost of construction goes up, does this base price get adjusted as the default?
That is set as it is within the covenant. Thank you. Because the associated development permit includes two other properties that have that covenant requirement, the base price would remain as stated within the covenant. It would be up to the applicant if they so choose to come into what's called a covenant amendment if they wanted to change that, which is also a public process. So as it stands right now, it would remain at the stated covenant price.
Okay, thank you. The other thing was something that came up as a bit of a theme over a number of the items in tonight's agenda. I noticed that passive buildings came up, but I also noticed there were concerns over delays if you were to try and actually build, using passive building technologies, and that the supports and resources weren't necessarily there for the building community to do so. I'm curious as to whether or not anyone has actually come forward to the district with a passive build, and whether or not we have any tools or measures in place that could actually allow them to proceed at even normal speed, as opposed to being essentially penalized for trying to build up to step 4 or 5.
No, there wouldn't be an outright a penalty against somebody that's trying to proceed with that. As I mentioned in a report that's coming later on in the agenda, there are some people who have actually accelerated their step code building implementation to step 4. So certainly based on whatever the minimum requirements are, they would need to meet that at the building permit stage. If they so choose to have the ability to proceed further and they get an approved permit for that, they would be required to follow that. Otherwise, they need to come in with a new permit if they couldn't meet those step code requirements.
Okay, so I guess my question is really, is our permit process up to speed in terms of actually moving some of these more innovative approaches through at about the same speed as a regular building?
Yes, once that permit comes in for review, if it meets all of the building code requirements, then that gets treated, similar to another building permit review. It's really on the applicant to make sure that they can meet all of those requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, through you to Mr. Pallo. So back to that 2008 covenant, I see that 10% of the dwelling units must be affordable at that 220,000. So we have 45 units in this project. That would be 4.5 units. How is the 0.5 being dealt with here?
I believe in that instance with the development permit, that would be for those units being provided as affordable housing across those three properties.
So what happened to the 0.5 if we're going to stick to the 10% of the total number of dwelling units?
Different to other requirements within the zoning bylaw where it talks about how you treat decimal places. In past discussions with the applicant, their commitment was to provide those 4 units. So based on those covenant requirements, we would accept that with their development permit.
Of course, there could be a cash in lieu of $110,000 theoretically for that 0.5 of a unit. Next question, under that 2008 covenant, those affordable units, individuals who occupy those are to be selected by the municipality on the basis of relatively low income. How is the municipality going to make those very difficult calls?
And with a more recent application, there's a requirement for financing to be shown that the individual who's going to occupy meets those requirements. So they would have to submit those statements so that the district can confirm that they qualify, and at that point be released to the future occupant.
So first come, first served for those $220,000 homes.
We work with the property manager for the subject site, and then with their submission of who they see as qualifying parties, they submit that information to us, and then we verify.
Okay. I noted that in the Sauk Nation referral, the Sauk have requested an archaeological survey. Will that be undertaken, or how is that dealt with?
I believe from some of the discussion that occurred with the first reading for this application, the applicant had been in contact with Sauk Nation and indicated that they would comply with a lot of the requirements that Sauk Nation was requesting. We're always on ongoing discussions with Sauk Nations just to continue the education and knowledge process of our process, with the province of BC and our legislation, and certainly working on reconciliation and how we can further address land use management between the communities.
And I'm sorry I don't have the draft minutes, unlike the other public hearing tonight from our June 26th meeting. And I did raise the subject of parking spaces, and the project has 45 within garages, and the garages are at 234 square feet a piece, I believe, and 45 other parking spaces outdoors. So the concern I raised then, and I'll raise it again, is Maple Avenue. I drove by tonight. I think there's maybe 3 or 4 spaces along Maple in that immediate vicinity, and otherwise it's completely unusable for parking. How do you see any overflow issues with this property, with this development? Excuse me.
The main focus is based on what staff can utilize as regulations in the zoning bylaw to assess each application. So based on the minimum parking requirements, the applicant has demonstrated where they're going to accommodate that parking. Some units may exceed a 1 unit per person and have more parking versus others who might incorporate using public transit and not having any vehicles. So it's always a case by case basis and kind of operates beyond some of the regulations that staff can utilize in the zoning bylaw. Our focus is on what are the minimum parking stall requirements, and has that applicant indicated that they can provide that within their proposal. And then it's kind of they meet that requirement or they don't meet that requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from members of council? So I have one, just based on what Councillor Bateman said and the referral from the Sauk Nation, there has been a request here that there's contact made, or that the Sauk Nation's land department is informed when construction starts. So this is a rezoning application. So I'll assume that there will be a development permit application next, and then at some point, the notification, how does that notification happen? Do our staff reach out, or does the applicant or whoever's on site do that? How do we ensure that that request is being met?
So the referrals that we've been receiving recently from Sauk Nation have provided a little bit more detail of what their expectations are. And so once staff are in receipt of Sauk Nation's referrals, we provide that to the applicant and have them begin a dialogue with Sauk Nation. So at that time, between ourselves and the applicant and ourselves and Sauk Nation, we understand where the process is. With the development permit, that's when the Sauk would be notified specifically, no different than staff, what the proposal is entailing. And then we're working on the building permit process, because that's, I think, really what the concern is that there's actually earthworks occurring, construction, a building permit has been issued. But I think for the most part, once that development permit has been issued, that would be the indication that there's a likelihood this is now going to commence with construction. So we want to have that all tied up, and that the Sauk is understanding this is going to be an ongoing construction site.
Okay, so anything else from members of council? Okay, so I will now like to invite members of the public who would like to speak on this particular item to please come forward. And if you could please introduce yourself and join us at the table and turn on the microphone. And this would be specifically for 2027 Maple Avenue South.
It's Ron Dumont, 7094 West Coast Road. I have a question. How much of the land is going to be impermeable? Water won't go through, impermeable. Got a percentage?
Was that your only question? Or if you would like to give your full pieces, and I can have staff sort of answer all of them at once? Or
Well, I wanted to ask that as a question because I want to know where the water's going.
Do
I
we have
live on the downhill side of this, and every ounce of water that comes off that property is going to go through my yard.
Okay,
We're building houses and covering with blacktop with no place for the water to go except into the Manual stream or the Knott Creek stream or whatever. We're not making provisions for that, and that's why I asked the impermeable property, if it's going to be 90% pavement and roofs, where's the water going?
okay, I'll ask Mr. Paulo to answer that. I would say on the site, just looking at the site layout, maybe like 4/5 of it will be paved. That's an approximate 5/7 of the site, because it's
Plus roofs,
most of it.
yeah.
Except for the section, there is the greenscaping that is around at the back, as indicated by staff earlier. But perhaps Mr. Paulo, can you speak a bit about what the intentions are for stormwater, or other engineering staff could discuss that, please?
They have to submit a rainwater management plan, and their pre-water has to equal their post-water, so they'll have to have on-site detention to make sure there's no increase downstream.
I'd like to see the plan, but people
When,
don't understand water runs downhill, and if the soil won't accept anything, it runs out of there instantly. And it's getting worse and worse because nobody is making a plan for the drainage in Sauk.
could you speak a bit more as to, thank you, Mr. Dumont, when would that sort of plan be provided as part of the development permit stage, or where do you start to look at that?
We want to get a conceptual, at least by DP, saying that they have the room to do the storage and that they can make their pre-equals post and where they're going to exit to. And then the detailed one will come through with the drawing design assessment.
Okay, and then for this particular project, should the zoning pass, does the size of this have development permits like this returned to council, or are they delegated or would staff approve that? So in terms of Mr. Dumont's ability to access that information, I'm just wondering where he would be able to find it or seek it out.
Yes, in the presentation, I highlighted that if the development permit application meets all of the zoning regulations, all of our bylaw requirements, then it's a delegated authority permit. So the Director of Planning and Development could issue that development permit.
Okay, but is that storm or a rainwater plan, would that be accessible by the public to view? Or how could he access that information?
If the inquiry came to staff, we could discuss the contents of that stormwater management plan and address concerns at that time as to how they're mitigating any stormwater runoff. So we could have a dialogue if we were to be contacted from that individual. We don't typically post all reports and whatnot online. Usually if there's a concern, we'll get an inquiry from somebody and just kind of discuss with them what are their concerns, and then how do we have plans in place that we use as part of the review of these applications and see if that addresses their concerns.
Okay, so Mr. Dumont could reach out to engineering staff then and just have that conversation, and then that might put some of his concerns to rest.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, other members of the public wishing to speak tonight on 2027 Maple Avenue South? I'll call for a second time for 2027. And then a third and final time for 2027. Okay, so the public portion for that particular application is now closed, but we're still in the public hearing. So I'm going to move on to the next one for 2104 Charters Road, please.
Right, thank you. This zoning applications for a subject property approximately 0.59 hectares located mid-block on the west side of Charters Road and south of Throop Road and north of College Road. It's currently zoned as R1, which allows for a single-family dwelling with a secondary suite or duplex dwelling. It's currently designated community residential within the official community plan, which allows for low to medium density residential uses along with small-scale commercial uses. There isn't a need to amend the official community plan. As I mentioned, the proposal fits within the community residential designation. The applicants applied to amend the zoning of the property to the medium density 2 RM2 zone for the purposes of developing the property in uses that align with that listed as permitted uses within the RM2 zone. Density maximum in the zone allows for up to 50 units per hectare, therefore not considering additional regulations such as amenity space, lot coverage, setbacks, or parking. This property could support a maximum of up to 29 units. The applicants demonstrated how 28 townhouses could be constructed on the property in conceptual plans. These are conceptual plans only, and a formal application will be reviewed further through a development permit application process. To date, we have not received a development permit, so this is focusing strictly on the rezoning aspects of the property. The proposed zoning amendment satisfies the objectives of the community residential policies within our official community plan, and it's close to services that are available and established. Transportation routes are readily accessible, including bus transportation. Sites within 500 meters of Journey Middle School, about a kilometer from the town center core, and commercial uses. The library and future developments on Lot A at 6671 Wadhams are 1.2 kilometers away. If the zoning amendment is approved, the applicant could propose higher density development such as an apartment building, town or townhouse units that will provide additional housing options in an area close to these amenities. In order to satisfy the policies around housing, the applicant has indicated that they would be willing to register a covenant on the property to secure 10% of the units as affordable. Or as well, there's the option for 10% of the land value as cash in lieu in exchange for a 10% increase in density through zoning amendment. Should be noted that the 10% affordable housing policy within the official community plan is related to providing affordable units in exchange for rezoning and is not a density increase incentive. If an applicant were to provide more than 10% affordable units, a density increase could be considered if policy or zoning regulations stipulated this incentive. For this proposal, staff are recommending that the official community plan policy for affordable housing be registered as a section 219 covenant to comply with this policy and allow for the consideration of a housing agreement at the development permit stage, if not providing cash in lieu. Early site visits and the district to Suk Ortho Photography confirms the trees that were located along the north site property were removed due to the grade and location of Throop Stream. Staff are recommending a sediment and erosion control plan within an environmental assessment to be submitted to satisfy the policies shown here on screen. The environmental assessment will be required at the development permit submission and should include recommendations, recommended remediation plans to mitigate the impacts and vegetation removal will have on the development, along with a list of recommended native plants. In addition, environmental management best practices apply and will include tree protection measures for trees adjacent to the subject property.
Just excuse me, staff,
Yeah, it's
blacked out.
It's flickering on both screens here.
Yeah, and I've lost my display. I don't know if others have. Please continue, Mr. Powell, just a technical error.
Staff recommend that the following conditions be included within the section 219 covenant, be registered with the property prior to adoption. These requirements are a result of recommendations from the district departments, as well as items secured to ensure the future development meets the objectives of the official community plan. These are required before adoption of the bylaw can occur through the registration of the covenant. Following successful rezoning, the applicant will make a development permit application to the district, which may be issued by the Director of Planning and Development in accordance with our development permit delegation bylaw if all bylaw and zoning requirements are met. So with that, staff was recommending council give third reading to the bylaw. With that, I'll conclude my presentation and turn this back to the chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Powell. I'll just ask if anyone else. Okay, we're all out together, but the ones on there are live. Okay, thank you. Questions for staff? Go ahead, Councillor St. Pierre.
I was just curious about the, some of the report around the density bonusing that isn't density bonusing around affordable housing. So.
Sorry, Councillor, can you speak up, please?
Yes, I can.
I'm struggling to hear you and I
Okay.
know some in the gallery are.
So just bottom of page 9, page 29, 10% of units as affordable or 10% of land value is cash in exchange for 10% increase in density through the zoning amendment. So that does sound a little bit like some sort of, density bonusing if affordable housing is made available. My understanding is that the additional units would need to be affordable. Is that correct?
So the district does not have in the zoning bylaw where it would stipulate if you were to provide X number of affordable units above and beyond 10%, a density bonus. That's common in other jurisdictions. What we have in our official community plan is a policy requirement that says 10% of the development will be provided as affordable. There's no additional bonus incentive indicated with that. That's just a part of the development process that 10% be provided as affordable. If the 10% cannot be provided as physical built units, that a cash in lieu option is available or a combination of those two.
Okay, so I'm curious as to whether or not the applicant is coming forward wanting to build more units and potentially when this was finished, we would simply have more affordable housing units or not. If this sort of density bonusing were permitted, which I think council has the prerogative to do. But I'm curious, would we end up with more affordable housing if the applicant was allowed to move forward in the way that's being requested?
If the applicant were to provide more affordable housing units, we currently do not have a incentive provision that would indicate how much additional density they would get.
So we don't have a proper mechanism in place to encourage that.
That is correct.
Okay, that's too bad. All right, I was also curious as to, given the amount of density that's going in at Charters, is there any interest on the part of the applicant or any provisions within the OCP or zoning for any sort of mixed use at all? Things like daycare or any other commercial type of spaces? Especially if they move towards an apartment building.
If the applicant were to develop an apartment building on this property to have some form of mixed use associated with that. Certainly in alignment with the zoning uses, if they were to provide that, there could be that ability to include other non-residential uses with that. However, right now, the applicant is proposing just the rezoning aspect of the property and just showed conceptually how a 28 unit townhouse could be accommodated on that site.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Other questions from members of council? Councillor Pearson, can you turn off your microphone, Councillor St. Pierre? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you through the chair to Director of Planning. I noticed that the engineering comments, because you're specifically talking about the 219 covenant that we would be requiring improvements on Charters. But my understanding is a DCC road, correct?
Correct.
So we wouldn't normally ask for improvements on a DCC road. And in the
We would ask for improvements on a DCC road.
improvements will be required if the district-led capital improvement does not move forward prior to the building permit. What does that mean? That line that's in brackets there?
So when we have specific development cost charge projects, it's the requirement of the applicant to provide for whatever frontage improvements or whatever aspect of the project is required in alignment with our bylaws and our master plans. If it so happens that those corridors or development cost charge projects occur prior to them coming in with a building permit application, they would gain the benefit of those works already being completed. If they did that work beforehand, it's my understanding that they would get a development cost charge credit, having already provided those improvements.
Okay, that's more clarity. Thank you. Yeah, it just because I saw that bracket there and because we've been collecting DCC money for all of the developments in Souk to go towards DCC roads, Grant Road included. But no, that's all the questions I have for now. So they would, in fact, if they did do those improvements prior to a district-led initiative, they would get a DCC credit according to our new DCC bylaw. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's my understanding. And that's the way the covenant's worded is to recognize that while we might have a project scheduled within the, a 5-year financial plan, it's not to say that certain factors could occur and that project doesn't proceed, but at least with this development in alignment with our bylaw requirements, their frontage improvements would be provided and then there could be that credit back. Likewise, if it does come forward, they gain the benefit of the district doing the project.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from members of council? Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, so through you, I confess I'm struggling a bit with these density matters. So what we have in the package tonight is a conceptual drawing for 28 townhomes, right? However, with the rezoning, the landowner could increase that number significantly in another configuration.
I believe the calculation that was undertaken by staff based on the parcel size for 50 units per hectare would put a cap at 29 units.
29 units, okay. And if we move ahead with the OCP at that 70 hectares per unit, then that property could hold how much? That would be what, 0.6 of 70. Is that correct? Or would this zoning be, 42? Okay.
So I believe what your questioning was wanting to establish was that if we increase that density in the official community plan, would this property gain the benefit of then being able to develop more units? The short answer is no, because the zoning indicates how many units can be provided. We would need to then do an amendment to the zoning bylaw to then bring into alignment our existing densities within the various zones. So the next one after the RM2 is the RM3, where there is that increase in density. So as a community, we'd have to take a look at our zoning bylaw and say, how do we want to consider readjusting our maximum densities for each zone now that there's been changes to the official community plan?
Okay. Yeah, the other, if I recall correctly, the applicant mentioned back on June 26th that the landowner will not be doing any work on the property in the immediate future. Is that right?
If I recall correctly, I don't believe there was any immediate indication that any work would be occurring, but that's not to say that they might not come forward with a development permit application shortly after. It's all I can say at this time is that with this rezoning application, we don't have a concurrent development permit application.
Right. So, and just help me understand the difference between what we're doing tonight, this rezoning, and a pre-zoning. Because we're effectively, tell me about that. Rezoning and pre-zoning.
And pre-zoning, yes. So typically pre-zoning is when a municipality has identified a need for certain types of uses within an area of town. So typically these happen in downtown locations. And it's a way to incentivize development to occur in those areas by going through those processes, establishing what the municipality would like to see. In this instance, this is a property owner who's interested in rezoning their property. And at this time, there's a conceptual plan showing what the development might look like, whether they undertake that or consider an apartment building or a reduced number of units. That's all up to a future application. That's, you know, speculation. But what we do is make sure that the necessary covenant requirements and policy components are satisfied now, so that when this owner, or if it's to be transferred to a future landowner, they understand what the development permit requirements are going to be.
I'll figure that out eventually. I was very interested in that conceptual drawing that the design mentions that the garages just simply aren't used in Souk. Did that surprise you to see that? Or because I think in that conceptual drawing, there are no garages, if I'm correct.
It's a mix. Certain developments, some people use the garages, and other developments, there might not be full usage of garages. That's a development matter that, you know, again, this is just conceptual. So we would do a full scale analysis of any of those bylaw concerns that might occur based on that future development application.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Oh, finally, the South again have made a referral here and seeking a archaeological survey of the land. And I think in those draft minutes, it notes that the applicant is to provide a written statement of intent with respect to the South referral comments on the file. Is that going to take place?
I received correspondence from Sauk Nation. It was Friday, I believe, last week, indicating that they were engaging in discussions with the applicant. So
Okay.
my understanding is that that's now being undertaken.
So for clarity, you can confirm that we do have something, because building on what Councillor Bateman, when we brought this forward for first and second reading, that was the query that I had. And I was willing to support first and second reading at that time. And I indicated that I will be looking for it at this stage, but I don't see it. And their request is a little different than the others. It's something different completely, actually. So I've not seen anything follow up that would indicate anything in writing. And I feel I need that in order to progress forward, because this, if I'm going on what's in the package here, and because everyone is looking for clarity for items in writing, I don't have enough. That was the question I was asked, but it's a different ask entirely here. And there's nothing new for us to look at other than another the similar sentiment expressed by a member of the public who took the time to email in and write and share their concerns. So I'm building on what I heard from members of the public, both in writing and on the street, and also what I raised at first reading. It's not here for me tonight.
So yes, on this past Friday on the 7th, the lands manager from South Nation indicated that they had spoken with the applicant. They would be setting up a site visit with them.
Okay, I feel that needs to be distributed to form part of this package.
Okay, it's a one-line email. I can.
That's fine, but it's in writing, and given the nature of, just in terms of other items where the community wants clarity on decisions that we're making and they're looking for transparency and accountability, this is exactly in keeping with that theme, and I'm not willing, that's why we're all here. Okay. It still is a live concern to me, but we'll see what comes out in the public hearing, because I don't have it. So I have to go by what's on Word, and even though we say things on the record and the webcast, it doesn't always resonate all the way through, and that's fine. Councillor McMath?
So the concern is that should we go to third, they don't have to honor that even though they have a verbal agreement.
We can withhold adoption of the bylaw, so we can provide that information to council when this would come forward in future for adoption of the bylaw. What's being considered tonight is just third reading. So once the covenant is registered and confirmation has been provided, as well as confirmation from Sauk Nation, we can provide that with the final adoption package to council.
Okay, great, because that's the piece that
Yeah.
we're talking about right now.
Yeah, because our expectation is staff would receive a formalized letter from Sauk Nation indicating that their concerns have been addressed.
Okay.
As it stands right now is that there's a dialogue that they're going to work with the applicant. And so we're waiting to hear what the outcome of that is.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Machado?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to ensure that that would not be new information received post public hearing, if that is in fact what council would like to do. Mr. Paulo has read the email, so you have the information. Just so simply circulating the email to council would not be new information.
That's fine, but the email doesn't say our concerns have been addressed. It just says that we're meeting. So it doesn't suggest meeting on this date, everything's resolved. This was what I raised when we did first and second reading. In other applications, we've received one letter and then a follow-up that says, okay, these things have been addressed. In this case, that has not taken place for me. So it's a concern for me, and I raised it 2 weeks ago. No, and that's just the way it is, but it's a one-liner. It still doesn't address that concern for me to move on, but we still will hear from the public and the applicant and others here. Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, but I sorry, I just need some clarity through a chair to staff. If we do not get the information that we're asked for, we can withhold final passage, right? So it is going to come back to us one more time. And at that time, we can see if the other information is there, or does that upset? Because we're looking for another letter from the South, right?
But in that case, the public hearing can't close on this particular item.
That's right, Your Worship. If you're asking for something different than what is in the email, that would be new information. So the public hearing would need to be reopened so that could happen.
And I believe that's what's being asked is, in order to move on to final adoption, we need to see that second piece of correspondence.
Yes, but council cannot receive new information after the public hearing has closed. So you can reopen the public hearing, much as we're doing with the OCP. But it's just, that would just be another step.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
Through your worship, the staff, do we have the option of going to fourth reading with a public hearing on the same day?
As long as the other requirements are met, such as the Ministry of Transportation and Highways approval and any covenant that needs to be registered on the property.
Okay, so it'll be a change in process, but we could actually just move forward to fourth reading. Wait for the correspondence to come in, have it as information at that point, reopen the public hearing at that point, and
It couldn't have third reading
No.
tonight. The public hearing needs to occur prior to third reading.
Okay, well, I'm going to. That's sort of unresolved, but I will go and open to members of the public who would like to give input on this application. This would be specific to the zoning amendment 885 for 2104 Charters Road. So would anyone like to speak on that, please?
I just have a question.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Oh, Ellen Lures. I just wanted to go a little bit further here with what Councillor Bateman asked his staff, because if the draft OCP was already would be adopted, then the possibility of 70 units per hectare could possibly happen, which is 42 units. And staff said somehow that the present zoning wouldn't allow that. But if you have a new OCP, you'd have new zoning. You'd have a new zoning bylaw. So it could happen, correct?
No, I don't believe so, because that would require a new zoning application to bring it to that level of density, would it not?
Correct. So the official community plan will set what the maximum target is, but within our zoning bylaw, we state what each zone maximum allows for. So as I responded to the question by Councillor Bateman earlier, was that right now it presently sits at 50 units per hectare as the maximum. We could potentially increase that zone to be 70 units per hectare in alignment with the official community plan, but we'd have to go through that public amendment process for the zoning bylaw.
But a zoning bylaw would be written after the official community plan is adopted. The zoning bylaw would need to reflect what was in the official community plan, correct? That's my question.
Mr. Pella?
So as I had mentioned, they set maximum targets. We don't necessarily have to have the RM2 zone now match the 70 units per hectare. What we're saying is, as we go through that public process on the zoning bylaw review, the RM2 zone could stay the same. It could decrease the number of units as the maximum per hectare. It could increase it up to a maximum of 70 units per hectare. We don't have that answer yet because one, we haven't adopted the official community plan and we haven't gone through that public engagement exercise with the community to understand what are their expectations with each zone and the maximum densities and all other zoning regulations. It just doesn't automatically change once the official community plan gets adopted. Those are two separate bylaws, two separate processes.
So I have another question with that, with a zoning bylaw. I don't believe that we ever had a public hearing on the zoning bylaw.
We did when we adopted 500 and 600, but 500 went through, I don't remember how long it took. And then 600 came in afterwards. So mainly because I think residents felt that 500 was rushed. And so 600 made different changes and that went through a vigorous process. That was prior to me serving as mayor. So the zoning bylaw 600 has been in effect since for quite a while now. And it would have been a different 2014 is when that zoning bylaw was adopted. That was 600. Councillor St. Pierre, or sorry, Ms. Lurs, you still have the floor. Was there any other questions you'd like to
No.
ask?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor St. Pierre.
I'd like to very briefly address Mrs. Lewis' concerns because they're concerns I've heard from a lot of members, from many members of the community over the 70 units per hectare. I think people need to keep in mind that the 50 units per hectare that we have right now also applies across large areas where we don't have 50 units per hectare. So for example, we have 3 or 4 different.
Point of order.
Okay.
We're just not to be debating right now.
I'm not
It's
debating.
simply to ask questions. And I would say you're arguing a separate perspective right now.
I'm not arguing anything.
Okay, well, I'm going to rule on this. Thank you, Councillor McMath. So if you could just clarify, thank you.
I will wrap up. Basically, right now with the 50 units, we already have a higher density within the OCP that's allowed within zoning in many areas. The 50 units allows us to actually shift the zoning around based on what the vision for the community is of that particular area at its maximum. And the same thing would happen with the 70. So it's not automatically going to shift all the zoning to 70 in every area. It has to be done site specific with a great deal of attention. All right, that's my call to stop, I think.
Okay, Mr. Palau, is everything okay? Okay. Sounded like an emergency alert. Okay. Mr. Palau, is there any more clarity you can share just to address Ms. Luer's concern?
No, I think with all of the land use bylaw processes, whether it's an official community plan amendment or a zoning bylaw amendment, it goes through a public process. As I stated, if we increase the densities in the official community plan, it doesn't automatically change the zoning. It's a separate bylaw, separate regulations attached to that. So we would have to go through a public process to amend the maximum density requirements in the RM2 zone. At that time, whatever that maximum states, that's what the development permit application can apply for.
Other questions or sorry. Okay, thank you. I'll turn back to members of the public, please, for those that would like to speak on 2104 charters, please.
Hello, I'm Susan Belford from Sunny Sassinos. I have a couple of concerns around this application. The first is about the premature logging that happened on the site, which was also raised by another community member in a letter, and sort of puts the whole site visit by the Tsauk it kind of doesn't really give them a look at the complete site. And so I think that that's a concern. I don't know what to do about it, but I feel it's important to recognize that it is a concern. And another concern that I have is that the motion that is listed references all of the other referral requirements, you know, from engineering and from parks, et cetera, but it doesn't reference the referral from Tsauk. And I think given the sort of not exactly wholehearted commitment to working with the Tsauk that we've seen on this file, it would be great to have that motion sort of specifically say, yeah, follow the stipulations that are required by that agency. I don't know if you can do that, but I think it's important. I think that our wonderful local developers need to ensure that they're, you know, working in modern times and they are respecting the land that they want to build on and protecting its integrity. And cutting down a bunch of trees at the top of a slope is not doing that. Anyway, so that's it. Oh, yes. And I think the vague plan is really vague. I have no way of figuring out where those units are going to be. So again, comparing this application with the previous one, I sort of feel like it's just not as well put together. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers?
Herb Haldane, 3118. I'm representing the applicant or the owner of the property. To clear up the whole Tsauk Nation, I've been talking to them over the last week or so. I'm meeting with Larry Underwood tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We're going to do walk the property. I talked to him 2 days ago. We were trying to meet up before this meeting. Couldn't get a date when he could do it at the same time. So tomorrow afternoons, as soon as I can get there. There's been dialogue with me and the band manager 3 times now, but when you go down there, they've had some issues going on with some senior people passing away and so on. So they've had their plate full. Anyhow, that's being dealt with. As far as any of the property that's been trees been taken off or whatnot, We were working in conjunction with the engineering staff. There was some soils on the property that had been put there over years and years as a buffer for noise, because the person who owned the property for the last 30 years wanted to buffer from the noise from the road. So he had soil up there. He has a slinger company, so he gets the soil from jobs of his and so on. So we moved that soil back. We knocked the brush down. The trees, most of the trees that were taken down of any size were taken down by the district with a district permit, with a bird window and so on and so forth. And then we were asked by engineering staff if we could mitigate some of the other issues, which were there was all kinds of brush and there was all kinds of blackberries and you name it. And if we cleared that out, that would mitigate some of the issues that they would have when they're going to put in the stakes for doing Charters Road, because they're going to be staking the property, and they wanted to have a 10-meter buffer back off the property line, because in order for them to be able to build the road, they actually have to be on your property for 10 meters with machines and with manpower, and maybe even dig it out because they've got retaining walls and stuff. So that was all done through district cooperation and so on. Any other trees on the property, we don't have a tree bylaw, but if we're going to do 28 units on a piece of property, and you have to include 10% amenity area, which is usually where you have a kids park or something like that, 5% park dedication or cash and lieu. So 15% of the property would be for park and amenity use anyway. At this point, even in the 219 covenant says you want a tree protection plan. Well, I can tell you anything that will be in the riparian area or a QEP 30 meters from the high water mark of the stream will be protected. And we have to register a QEP on the property. Qualified environmental professional will write us out a letter, tell us what the expectations are. There's a sediment control plan that goes along with that. So in this case, the owner is rezoning the property because sadly, the way we do the setup here, and it's not to your advantage, especially as new counselors, you should take back the development permit approval process and take it in-house. Then you guys get to look at all the applications that come through.
Please speak to the rezoning at hand, please. I
Well-
recognize there's another issue, but that's a whole separate process, service delivery piece. I'm looking for
Yeah,
specifics to the
there was
rezone.
concerns about why the plan is just a conceptual drawing. And I'm telling you, it's a conceptual drawing because if you don't know you're going to get the rezone, you don't want to spend literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars and find out that maybe there's no appetite for a rezone there. So at this point here, we spent $65,000 up to this point, and we're counting on the rezone application to go through. And some of that material that was paid for in that will go towards the development permit process. But to spend money on exact drawings and all this other stuff, and then you find out that that's not what you're looking for, or maybe you want a 5-story building and not townhouses, you're stuck with these conceptual drawings that may or may not be relevant to the application. So rezones usually come first, then you do the application. And if council wants to see that, they have to own that part of the process. That's what I'm saying. And then as far as the 219 covenant that's on here, we talked about it a little bit last time when I was in front of the mic, but I've been trying to set up a meeting or to come to some conclusion, because it says that there's a negotiated process with your 10% affordable housing component. And the applicant here has no problem with a 10% affordable housing component, even cash in lieu. And it was talked about at the last meeting that would be based on assessed property value, which he's willing to do if it's assessed property value right now. And we'll put a number to that. It could be $110,000, because I think we said it was $1.1 million is what it assesses without the house on it. And he will agree to a 219 covenant for $110,000. And if you look at the property behind there, and I have that with me, he paid $70,000 for 28 units based on 10% of the assessed value at that time. So we're willing to do the exact same thing, but we don't want to base it on 10% of assessed property value at whenever a building permit goes or whatnot, because if it was 5 years from now, or the interest rates go through the roof, the guy has to wait longer. I mean, that number could jump to a crazy amount of number, but he's willing to come up with and sign a document saying we'll pay 110,000. The one behind there signed a document for 70,700 and made that a 219 covenant. So we're willing to do something very similar. Other ones that we've done in the past have been $3,000 a door, and that covenant on the last 2 applications I came in front of you with was 219 covenant for $3,000 for a single lot subdivision. So this will work out very similar. It works out to $37.50 a door. I did the math on it, so we can come up with something like that, if that's okay. And when you've got things in the 219 covenant that talk about stuff that's already in your 404 servicing bylaw, it seems redundant to me, but if it has to go in there for some reason, I'd love to hear why. But when your bylaw 404 states that nothing can move forward until you do all these things, well, then that would tell me that you guys already have your protection for road dedications, for road cross sections, for servicing, everything else already built into the bylaw. But for some reason, they wanted it into the 219 covenant. Again, it seems redundant, but I'd like to get it clarified about what to expect. I mean, the owner could do 3 units that he could rent out for what we call affordable, which is whatever the average rate, which is I think 50,000 plus that the average person makes. You'd have to rent it out for 30% of that. The owner would rather just come up with a money figure of 10% of the assessed value of right now, or $37.50 a door, which is what you've asked another applicant to do recent. So if we could come to terms with that, that would be appreciated, and then we can move forward. And I will have a letter by the end of the week, because once I meet First Nations there down on the property, Larry said he'll write me up something and we'll come up with something that has some teeth to it. Like he'll say, this is what we're expecting, or this is what we'll want at such and such stage. But there's a pretty good chance they can't see anything until you go to do the development, because they'll want you to dig into the ground, and then they're going to want to see something under the subsoil. So if there's any questions.
So I have one. So in terms of 10% of the assessed value today, so let's say the project doesn't come on for 7 years, say, just picking a random number. Does that also mean that the units will be sold at the price of today?
I don't know. I doubt it. They would probably go up with property value.
Because then if property goes up in value, then later on, where the council today is going to sit there and go, why did you accept so little, given that market values have increased to this and this is so low? So if there was something to say that the units, when they go, like, then it would match. Like if you lock in assessed value today, then the units sell for what the price of the house is, the housing market will bear today. But if we go and actually do this in the future, 5 years from now, or even 2 years from now, the market goes up, it could go down, but it'll likely go up. Then the council today is going to say, why did that council not get something to match the assessed value? Because this hasn't grown at the same rate. It's great. It would be actually great for the owner just to park it then and not do anything, wait for the market to go up, because then when it's locked in at today's value, that's a good deal by the time you actually go to build. But if they're both locked in at today's market prices, then it makes sense.
Well, everyone you've done up to today has been locked in at a value. So even the guy before me here, you notice he's doing a value on units that are $200 and something thousand. Well, that was done years ago, and he's still going to honor that in a 219 covenant. And let's face it, I mean, the places are probably worth 750,000 now. Maybe 7 years ago, when that development first came forward for a rezone, 250,000 probably seemed like a fair bit of money. And now it doesn't seem fair to a person doing that applicant, but that's the way the rules were set up for that time. And Kennedy Street, which was done in 2020, right behind me, you set the number at exactly 70,700 for the Housing Reserve Fund. And then the one on Road Night Drive, and these were examples that were given to me by staff. Road Night Drive was set exactly at 3,750 per unit. So you set an exact number there. There's nothing in any of your bylaws, literature, or anything anywhere to even ask. It says a negotiated, come in the cash in lieu, negotiated price. And that's why we're trying to negotiate something that seems equal or fair to things that you've already asked for in the past. But to be able to keep changing the rules is fine, but you'd have to delegate the authority to be able to allow staff to change the rules as they go. And you'd have to be specific about how you would do that. Or it comes to council and you guys could set up a policy that would decide exactly how you want to do this. And it could be based on this 10% cash in lieu or numbers or however you want to deal with it, but it would still have to be written down somewhere. So it says mutually agreed upon in some of your language, but I haven't had a chance to sit down and agree upon it with anybody from staff or in a council meeting at this point.
So then the question, given that this remains outstanding and the Selk referral is outstanding, is this ready to be even adopted tonight, given that this hasn't been addressed?
Well, the South referral isn't part of any process. This is just a good neighbor thing that we're doing. I mean, there's no legislation, there's no bylaw, there's no rule and anything you guys have that say that we have to abide by anything South right now. We're doing it as a courtesy. I want to do it because I'm really good friends with the people down on the reserve, and Larry and I play ball together. We're close. We know what's going on. He has no problem coming to this site, and we're going to go through this whole process. But there shouldn't be an expectation of it, as it's not legislated provincially, federally, and you don't have anything in any of your bylaws for it, but we're doing it because you asked me to do it. And I said, no problem, I would do that. So if you have an expectation of it, then you should create either some policy or at least a bylaw or something saying that this is what's going to be expected in the future.
Okay, that's fair. But in terms of the other piece, that doesn't seem resolved then. So is this ready?
Well, the 219 covenant part says you won't give me final, it's stayed the final adoption. I have to have the 219 covenant in place before you give me final adoption. And I'll have the 219 covenant in place if we can come to agreement on the 10% at either right now property value or 37.50 a unit, which is the highest one that you've done recently that I have a copy of, and the owner's willing to do that.
Okay, so okay, thank you, Mr. Haldane. A question to staff then. So, and this is around the public hearing and process here. So in the event that what is asked in our staff report is not met, because it doesn't seem that it is, and then something new is done, then that we have to reopen the public hearing, would we not? Because if there's any change from what is already in the materials, would that not then be something new?
Council can receive clarification of information, but if it is in fact new information, then the public hearing would need to be reopened. And I would just like to point out before I give you back the floor, we are at this point unable to meet the public hearing notice requirements to have a public hearing on July 24th. So that would then fall to the first meeting in September. Just, I want council to be aware of that.
Okay, so clarification. So a clarification would email, because it seems to me the applicant is asking for something different than what was proposed by our staff. Is that correct?
No, it could still work out to 10% of assessed property value, but it's not clear on when that 10% starts. Does it start at building permit stage? It says compliance. So it can start today. We just have to basically nail it down that you're okay with 10% of assessed property value as of this point, which we did talk about at the last meeting, but I don't know that there wasn't any real motion on that it happened, but the number did come up that the property was assessed at 1.4 million minus the house value, which was 300,000. So they said 1.1.
So can I ask staff then what is that date then?
When a development permit application is submitted, it will indicate the number of units that is being proposed. And then as a condition of the permit, the amount of the 10% would be stipulated at that time and then collected with a building permit application. So when the development permit's issued, it will state what the dollar amount is. So if it's 5 years down the road, when the development permit's issued, it will be the land value based at that period of time. And that 10% allows scaling to occur because, as you've seen with some past applications in town center, affordable housing contributions were being provided only in the $100 amounts per unit, which, as we know with today's dollars, really isn't providing a substantial amount to address affordable housing. So having a percentage based at a time where it's more accurately collected at the time development's occurring can have a bigger contribution towards affordable housing or the actual construction of the units.
Okay, and can you remind me where you draw that from, that the affordable, the 10% is at development permit stage?
In our policies, we don't specifically state where we're going to collect the 10%, just that the 10% is a requirement for affordable housing. So in the absence of a policy, staff have been indicating to applicants how we'd like to proceed with having this done, and through a section 219 covenant, that gets registered against the title so that it's clear at the development permit stage for whoever the owner is, or sorry, whoever the applicant is applying for a development permit. Here's what the requirements are for affordable housing. Ideally, through the development approvals process review, we'd like to formalize these policies so it's a lot clearer that we can share them as individual standalone policies to say, here's our whole tool set of policies applicable to development. But that's been our challenge in the absence of having all those policies. We rely on the official community plan and what our other practices moving forward. So it's a 10% assessed land value.
And that's in our current OCP?
It doesn't specifically state 10% value. That's just been the practice.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor McMath, is it for the applicant or? Would you like the applicant to remain or? Sure. Okay.
Can you just turn your microphone off? It takes up too much feedback. So there's no policy for a date on setting the 10% value. And so you've chosen when the development permit comes through and you're basing that off past practices.
Basing it off of past practices for the 10% component, because there have been other instances where we just used $1 per unit amount. But in terms of if our practice has been the 10% assessed land value, then the question comes, when is that applicable? The applicants indicated they would do it based on today's dollars. But the concern that I'm raising based on our experiences over the last couple of years is that if that development does not proceed immediately after rezoning has been adopted, we end up in a situation where the affordable housing contribution is not reflective of what the needs are of the community at that time.
It's not as much because it's locked in, but you could argue if it crashes tomorrow, the developer could get burned. What are past practices for the dates? I know you said past practice for the percentage, but what have past practices been for the dates?
So just to go back to the beginning of that question there, you had indicated that if the market crashes, it burns the applicant. It doesn't, because it's a percentage base. So if the land value decreases, the 10% that they provide also decreases. And that's the protection that goes in place both for the applicant and understanding it's whatever the dollar amount is at that time, as well as what the district understands is what they're going to collect as the 10%.
Okay. And past practice.
And so for past practices on dates, we haven't specifically had past practices on dates. We've had, excuse me, instances where it's just stated 10% or it's just been $1 per unit amount.
There has been no consistency.
That's been the challenge with the lack of our policies here in the district of Sooke. And so working off what we've had over the last few years of the 10% and also what current applicants are working on is the 10% collection at the development permit stage. That's what we've been communicating to them.
Mm-hmm. So it's understandable why it's generating frustration when you see other people that have had it locked in. So when going forward, when will this be brought back?
When will the policy be brought back? Well, now that we have a development approvals review underway, that's ideally when this is going to come back to the community and ultimately council for acceptance.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pearson, so anything of the applicant? I mean, I'd
Yeah.
like to release Mr. Haldane from the hot seat if I may.
It's two-part question, one for him and one for staff.
Okay, that's fine.
So thank you. So thank you for the staff, the presentation and the clarity on the no clarity. In the absence of no policy in the 10%, I heard the applicant say, and hopefully I heard him correctly, say that they're willing to pay, the owner's willing to pay at a premium rate of $3,750 per door today. If he was granted for the 29 or 28 townhouses, I think is what I saw.
Correct, which is, again, more than the exact same development bordering on the same piece of property behind us, which agreed to an exact number of 70,700 in 2020.
So, and my second part is to the staff. So, and I'm familiar that we just did a couple on Woodlands Road. I think it was off Woodlands Road where we collected $3,000 per door. Is that correct? But that was just registered on that covenant recently, right?
Correct. So in those areas, that's an area outside of our community residential designation that's in the gateway area. And in those reports, it indicated that in the absence of a formalized policy, this has been the practice. And so that's where sometimes there's confusion, is because there's these different practices based on the locations of where they're designated within our community. So the whole goal with this application and with others is to stipulate the 10% amount. When staff communicated this to the applicant, it was a desire of the applicant to move forward and to have what they indicated as a negotiation with council as to be what the amount would be. So there really wasn't further opportunity to discuss what a mutually accepted process would be coming forward. It kind of skipped the mark in that instance. It's not common. It was a departure from our common practices, and it really put the conversation now into this realm with council.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And to me, is that we've got a number,
Mhm.
you know, that we're accepting as an affordable housing component, $3,000 per door. And, you know, whether it's right or whether it's wrong or needs to be updated, but that's kind of where we're at. But we've also have, I just heard from the applicant, we have an offer of $3,750 a door, which takes them over the 10% of the assessed land value today. Now, does that, you know, I mean, how often, what's the, you know, the gap? Not that there's any guarantee between the time of an application for zoning and then the application of a DP and a building permit. Hopefully it all flows, but I mean, for me, the way I'm hearing it is $3,750 as a negotiated amount doesn't seem to be too bad on our part. We get the money up front or get it guaranteed. You're right. And, you know, to your point is, you know, if it goes 5 years, it's, you know, what's $3,750? But in the absence of a policy, sounds like we're doing not bad on this one, to me. In the absence of a policy, a solid policy. That's just my comment.
Okay, anything for Mr. Applicant, is there anything you would like to say? We're still in the public hearing, but counselors have some questions. I think you've triggered some things. So I'm just, if there's anything you would like to add, and then you could return to your seat and get out of the hot seat here.
Yeah, no,
Oh, just turn on the microphone.
yeah. So I mean, at this point, I was, like I said, I was given these applications as recent ones that were done, and that's why they came up with the 10% for assessed value for myself. So I pulled them off the website and looked at everything that they've been done. And again, $3,750 a door, and these ones are $2,700 a door. And we're willing to come up with a price of $3,750 a door, which is matching the most expensive one that you've done recently. And that was a number per unit. And given, you know, the circumstances and the good faith, I would just assume we could come up with an agreement. I take it back the applicant. He may want to build on this whole place tomorrow or whatever, but he's got to know where he's at with the rezoning before he can make any establishment of units and how we're going to do this sort of thing. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's this,
Go.
wait, there's a speaking order.
Oh, sorry.
I have Councillor St. Pierre, Councillor Bateman, Councillor Beddoes have questions. Do any of you have questions of the applicant? Okay, so can I ask you to hold? And since the applicant is here, I'll go to Councillor Bateman to ask a question of the applicant, and then I'll come back to councillors. Okay, so turn on your microphone so I can hear you.
As a point of order, I think that right now we're busy discussing the affordable housing component that generally follows at this point, even though it's not enshrined in policy, the development permit. What we're doing right now is a rezoning.
Yes.
And so we're busily trying to determine what an affordable, we're trying to figure out on council right now what an affordable 10% might be. But that's not even in order in terms of zoning comes first. We haven't finished the zoning. We haven't actually decided whether or not we can move forward in terms of assurances at the First Nation, although I think Mr. Haldane's been pretty clear that something good's going to happen there. I think we need to move on with the rezoning before we keep on going with this particular topic.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. So yeah, and for councillors who wish to raise point of orders, like turn on your microphone and do it loudly so I can hear you going forward, all of you. Councillor, Mr. Haldane, you're welcome to take your seat now, or no, Councillor of the rezoning in specific.
On the
please.
rezoning in specific.
That's why we're here.
Well, I wanted to make a point around this BC assessed value of this property. As of 2023, it's 1.084 million, which at 28 units comes to $3,871 per unit. So I'm not sure why this 3,750 number is coming up when in fact, if we're going to stick to a 10%, that would be the number. Could you explain? Yeah.
Yeah, well, it has to do the house on the property, apparently, according to staff, doesn't count as part of the process, right? Land only number. So,
So 3750. Okay, thank you, Mr. Haldane. You
Okay.
may return to your seat. Okay, Counselor Beddoes has a question.
Yeah, I believe I know the answer, but this is to staff. When is the money paid? Is that the development permit time, right? Which could be 5 years down the road.
We would stipulate the value at the development permit. The payment would occur with the building permit fee. So when they get issued a building permit, because that's actually indicating that there's going to be construction now, a development permit can be issued and a building permit never follows.
So is that the building permit stage?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other members of the public, I'll return to the public that would like to comment on 2104 Charters Road.
Hi there, Steve Anderson, 6788 Blanchard Road. And just real quick question, sorry, I haven't been in the loop, concerning Charters Road and this development proposal rezoning. I'm curious, what's the current status update of the upgrades of Charters Road? I haven't been keeping in the loop. I know there was grant money supposed to come and a big major upgrade of Charters, which makes sense to happen before any more development goes along there. So to the mayor or to the staff, where are things at with the upgrade of Charters Road?
I'll ask staff to answer.
Thank you, your worship. I can confirm a tender has just closed for the Charters Road project. It's being evaluated by staff and anticipating bringing a report forward to council with recommendations on next steps for that project.
In the works?
It's in the works?
Yes,
Okay,
although we didn't get the grant we wanted. I know that.
Correct. Sorry to clarify that.
Yes.
Yes, we did not receive the original grant that was applied for. I believe it was last year. So we're looking at other funding, the Growing BC funding and other funding sources, DCCs as well, to fund that project.
so it looks good as far as it happening, not just a maybe.
We're in Plan B. Plan A was the full grant. Plan B is other sources. It's a priority of council to see this road come
Okay, thank you.
done. Yeah. Thank you. Other members of the public, please. Any other speakers for 2104 Charters Road? So I have a question because I'm still trying to work this out in my head. So the covenant, which also has ministerial sign off and the like, must be registered before fourth reading. So here, if council is willing, could pass third reading. And then those pieces around the covenant get resolved by staff, and then it would return for adoption at a later date for fourth reading. And that's where the matter regarding what I don't understand and why I'm asking this is it seems that the housing contribution piece is not resolved yet between the applicant and staff. Staff have asked for one piece, the applicant has offered something different. So now it's looking to council to make that decision. So do we do that tonight or do we do that when it comes back for fourth reading? And in which case, if we do something like different, then it's new. Does that trigger a public hearing? That the process piece is not fully clear to me unless council pass, or do we look for council to pass a resolution? And then in the event, yes, the South Guardian is meeting with the applicant. If their request is something different, going back to their original letter, then what? Like those are the pieces. And I appreciate the applicant saying, and we've heard that this is not a legislative requirement, but in the days of drip undrip and unmarked graves, the public has different expectations. So yes, they're working it out. What if they don't? So that's, Or does council makes that decision, fine, majority stands where they are, but the covenant piece is unclear to me because then it would be something different than what's minuted and in the materials unless the applicant agrees to what staff is asking. But if they don't, then what does that do to the process?
Sorry, I'm just trying to find the original motion council made when they considered first reading, because that may address it. But it's probably going to take me a minute or two. So I don't know if you want to take a health break and let me find the answer and we can reconvene. Or if you just want to hold tight.
We'll just pause for a few minutes because that's the piece, because I don't want to do something today that then we find out later triggers another public hearing that the applicant will have to pay for. So if that's the piece I'm trying to resolve here. And I tried to look for it myself, but I can't listen and talk at the same time. So we'll just pause for a few minutes. Thank you. Three minutes.
30% out.
It is, we can turn it up. It's really cold in here.
You're in the tropics here.
Okay, everyone. Thank you. If you could please take your seats. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you for those online. We went over the 3 minutes. Lesson learned, Chair. Okay, back to staff for that answer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe when council does, after we move into the readings of the bylaw, council could give third. And then I have a proposed motion that council direct staff to work with the applicant to revise the section 219 covenant to reflect an affordable housing contribution of X, whatever you decide that is, to be registered on title prior to consideration of bylaw adoption.
Okay, so that would be a motion that would follow tonight.
Yes, and then that would be no new information. Council has determined what that affordable housing contribution should be. Once the covenant is registered and we have Ministry of Transportation approval, it can receive adoption.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so is everyone clear then that that would be our, okay, Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, I'm not clear. Normally, this would not even come to us unless that 219 was already resolved. Is that correct? I'm asking the question. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so typically we would address the section 219 requirements with the applicant. And then we would proceed with first reading with those requirements. That was not established with the applicant. The applicant wanted to proceed with being able to proceed to council and then negotiate those terms. So that's why we're having these discussions now, because it wasn't resolved with staff and the applicant previously. That is the typical process for us to undertake.
So through the chair to you, so I'm to understand that you and the applicant, staff and the applicant at our impasse? And that's why it's coming to council?
Yes, the applicant specifically requested to take their application forward to council to discuss the contents of their application. So we have honored that so that this can proceed forward. And that's why there are certain items that have yet to be resolved. And as the corporate officer has indicated, we still need sign off from the Ministry of Transportation, the covenant to be registered before we can adopt the bylaw.
Ms. Mushada?
Thank you. Just to clarify to Councillor Beddoes, when council considers first and second reading and direct staff to schedule a public hearing, there is also a motion made that talks to the items that would be addressed through a covenant. So council does pass a motion asking staff to, or asking the applicant to put a covenant on title addressing certain issues. So that was done when council gave first and second reading. But because the applicant and staff have not been able to arrive at a discussion, the applicant has brought it forward.
Thank you, Worship. I understand.
Okay, so we're back into the public hearing. So I'm just going to call for ask again, just for members of the public that would like to speak on this particular item. I'll call for a second time. Would anyone like to speak on 2104 Charters Road? And then a third and final time for members of the public for 2104 Charters Road. Okay, so that concludes the public hearing. I'll ask council, is there anything further you would like to ask staff or the applicant on this item? I have my process piece sorted. Thank you for everyone's patience in that. Yes?
So are we going to discuss the amount for the 219 covenant for the affordable housing?
That doesn't need to be in the public hearing. As mentioned by Ms. Mushada, she stated that should council pass third reading, that would be the follow-up motion that would follow. So it comes outside of the public hearing.
Okay.
Right? Anything else from members of council? Okay, so then I will officially say that the public hearing is closed. And then we'll move in sequence to 4.3, which is a development permit with variances for 6671 Wadham's Way.
Great, thank you. The subject site is the district-owned property referred to as Lot A on 6671 Wadham's Way. A portion that is subject of this development permit is the northeastern corner of the site and is approximately 0.58 hectares in size. Site's well connected to amenities and services within the town center, across the street from the Sioux Family Resource Center, adjacent to the library on the same property, as well as established single-family dwellings.
Sorry, Mr. Powell, can you just pause? It's just really loud. Or close the door. Whichever one's faster. Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Adjacent to established single-family dwellings along Anna Marie Road and the newly constructed homes currently underway at Wadham's Farm. In 2018, council undertook the work for the Souk Lot A future planning, and the result was a report that was endorsed by council in 2019. Plan included the conceptual plans for the northeastern portion of the site to include a 4 to 6 story mixed use building that included a seniors and youth drop-in center, multi-purpose community spaces, and affordable residential units. The plan also speaks to a transit hub along Wadham's Way, a future connection to Evergreen Mall, both for pedestrians and vehicles, a landscape and naturalized areas, and a public plaza space. Subject site, as I mentioned, is owned by the District of Souk, and through a memorandum of understanding between the district and the Souk Region Communities Health Network to develop the northeastern quadrant through a long-term lease, the applicant, Wiser Projects, has submitted a development permit with variances that addresses the design concepts within the Lot A report. Proposed building will be 6 stories, will include elderly activity areas, have 75 residential units, 17 of which will be constructed as fully accessible, 2 units that can be commercially or community lease spaces, 3 rooftop terraces for residents, a public pathway connection to the northeastern side of the building with the potential for an interpretive fire smart garden, as well as a surface and covered parking at the back of the building. Main entrance of the building will be located on Wadham's Way, where the residential lobby and spaces for elders programming are located. So this is near the entrance to the large elder activity area and resident courtyard space. Upper floors of the proposed building, 4 of the proposed residential units are accessible from grade. The site grade drops about 1 story from the north side of the building. This allows for the commercial leased spaces along the southwest side of the building to be flush with the grade. Floors 2 through 5 will be residential units and a common outdoor amenity space on rooftop terraces. The parking will be accessed at the south of the building as surface and covered parking. Underground parking also contains spaces for the secure parking of bikes and scooters, a storage locker, as well as recycling and garbage room. Small linear plaza space with seating as proposed along the western side of the building. In front of the entrances of the 2 units is intended for use as commercial lease spaces. On the eastern side of the building, community pathways proposed that will connect the multi-use path along Wadham's Road to the southern extent of the property. Statutory right-of-way will be registered on this area to allow the public access this connection. District staff are currently exploring opportunities that would provide fire smart landscaping and interpretive signage for this area through a grant obtained with the Souk Fire Department. Civil servicing plans have been provided that show the proposed service connections to sewer, water, and rainwater detention. Rainwater will be retained in the underground storage tanks at the south end of the property. The recommendations in the Souk Lot A plan include the building form and character of any development within Lot A be designed to reflect the objectives in the town center design guidelines. Design of the building will include the same design elements of the adjacent public library building, include stone around the grade of the podium, wood siding, and metal design accents to appear as part of the comprehensive design. There are safe pedestrian connections along the western side of the building where sidewalks will be a minimum of 1.8 meters wide, as well as the proposed public pathway along the eastern side of the building. Landscaping plans show that most on-site trees will be removed. However, replacement trees will be planted along the eastern property edge along the accessible pathway that connects Wadham's Way to the south. No units are proposed to face the adjacent single-family dwellings directly. Those that are facing east are located closer to the western side of the property and are buffered by landscaping the pathway, which all break up direct sight lines. The applicant meets all of the zoning regulations within the Lot A CD 15 zone, with the exception of section 815.3A, which the applicant has requested a variance for. The proposed uses, apartment building and assembly use will be primary uses of the development, whereas the leased units will be operated by community groups using the space as described within the zone, or smaller commercial enterprises that would be of any of the other uses listed in the CD 15 zone. Proposal is meeting the minimum required building setbacks, minimum height requirements, and the proposal is also meeting the minimum parking requirements by providing 60 spaces where there's 57 that are required. The proposal will also include parking for scooters, bikes, as I had mentioned, and the individual storage lockers, and the surface parking as well, the parkade under the courtyard space. For the requested variances, the applicants, as I'd mentioned, requested relief from 815.3A that restricts residential apartment units to be on the upper stories of a mixed-use building when adjacent to Wadham's Way. These units will be designed with higher windows so they cannot be seen into from the street, and landscaping between the building and the walkway along Wadham's Way will buffer these units from the public view. Units will be these units will also be 4 of the 17 accessible units with direct access to Wadham's Way from the individual units. Applicant has also requested variance the requirement of section 2.2A and B of the subdivision and development standards bylaw to improve the shared 18 meters of public road frontage along Anna Marie Road to the standards of the town center cross section of transportation master plan. So that means as a not-for-profit organization that relies heavily on grants and funding, the applicant has cited that funding is limited to residential uses and development, so they would be seeking relief to not have to comply with those upgrade requirements. If constructed, the development will deliver on the design and vision that was contemplated through the charrette for the Lot A report. The proposal will include the 75 residential units of adaptable housing and 17 fully accessible affordable rental units for elders. This type of development, senior affordable housing, has been identified as a critical need for the district within the housing needs report from 2019. So based on that, staff are recommending council approve the issuance of the development of permit. Also that the requirement of section 815.3 of the zoning bylaw be varied to allow for apartment units along Wadham's Way to be located on the ground floor, and to authorize the request to remove the requirement to install frontage improvements along Anna Marie Road. With that concludes my presentation. I'll turn it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palau. So just for clarity on this item, because it's ahead of the public input session, there is an opportunity for the public to comment. So procedurally, council, I'll seek your questions, but before we move to a motion, I'll invite members of the public to comment, okay? So questions from councillors. Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. The first one on the waiving of the Anna Marie cost of that. Do you have a dollar value of that, please? Any guess? I mean, because that's going to have to be borne by the taxpayers eventually, right?
Yes, at a future time when it has to be developed for that corridor, we'll have to determine who's going to be responsible for that. If the district undertook that upgrade, then yes, that would be the taxpayers. It is a small portion of road, and it just so happens, just the way the curvature of that. There is a very small portion. So the upgrading of it would be not required
Okay.
right now.
All right, thank you. That answered that question. I have another question. The seed money for this came from seniors in a youth fund. And I have yet to see anything in here that says anything about a youth center. It's also seniors drop-in center. Is a youth going to be incorporated into that?
There may be opportunities for that with the lease space area. However, with this application and previous information that was provided through the ongoing grant process, the focus was on getting this development for the elders complex. The applicants are in attendance, so they might be able to share more information regarding future intentions for youth inclusion.
Yeah, I'd like to hear a little bit more from that, but yeah, we'll carry on. Thank you.
Just briefly, I'll answer that and I'll go to Councillor Pearson. On the website that is currently live, it says Search-In is currently undertaking a comprehensive youth consultation to determine the programming that would meet the new needs of youth and elders within the space. They've talked about the activities that they're going to be looking to do within the seniors or the drop-in place, which is why it's not called a senior center. It's called the gathering place. And also I've received proposals from the students of Poye Elementary School that have already come up with some name, a logo, as well as some of the activities they would like to see. So a lot of it is in the works at the moment.
Thank you, Your Worship. That helps a great deal. I was going for what's in front of me here, and I was surprised not to see the word youth in there. So thank you for that.
Yeah, part of that work has happened. The big one that they would like to do are old-fashioned board games and cribbage and chess, because apparently the youths of Soup can beat their parents at all of these games. Councillor Pearson, then St. Pierre.
Yes, thank you through the chair to staff. We received one piece of correspondence around the notification to adjacent property owners. Have we corrected that? The app or the piece of correspondence says that it wasn't correctly marked on the map. So I just wanted to know if anybody's responded to that.
Yes, it says here a revised notice went out with the correct map. The wrong map was sent out in error. So that has already done and was sent out on June 23rd.
Okay. So, okay, so there's no response to this one piece of correspondence then?
Well, our staff responded. So that's what's in the materials here. That's what I'm reading right now.
Yeah. I saw that. I just want to make sure that.
I'll ask our corporate officer to answer.
Yeah, sorry, it's planning staff that send the notice out, but they did advise me that the revised notice still went out within the 10-day time frame. So the proper notice was still given within the legislated timelines.
And thank you for that answer. Thank you very much.
Anything else? Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
Thank you. To your worship, to staff. I'm curious about specifically the frontage feature, and I'm assuming we're collecting DCCs on this project, or are we not?
No, I don't believe this is a DCC road. However, each development contributes towards DCCs. Also recognizing that this is a district-owned property, there's some of those mechanisms that can provide for those exemptions in those instances.
I was curious as to whether or not this project had those exemptions, given that it's for a nonprofit for a district project.
I don't believe the specifics of that have been discussed, because that's a building permit process. The main function with this right now is to get a development permit issued to then allow for Search-In to then proceed with the necessary grant applications to get the required funding. So it gets them that much further in the process, and then we internally can work on the mechanisms of how DCCs, building permit fees and whatnot are addressed. But that's.
And just to clarify that question, I'm really wondering whether or not their grant process will allow them to basically apply for DCCs. Because if they can get DCCs, I see no reason to exempt at this point in time, because that can help us to pay for road infrastructure and amenities elsewhere. But I was curious about that piece a little bit. The other question that I had was similar to Councillor Beto's in terms of the youth component. And it was mostly about the lack of mention in the report. And I'm just concerned, given where the funding came from, that we actually keep that front and center, but it sounds like it is being kept front and center in other places. I am hoping that as Lot A is further developed with Search, and maybe Searching can continue to work with youth, especially with the community health center. My next question is actually with regards to the variance, specifically with regards to the living units off of Wadham's Way. The report indicated that the windows would be raised. That seems to indicate that the reason for that particular stipulation is so that residents don't have to be peeked in, or, you know, the average pedestrian doesn't have to see someone in their shorts. I'm not sure why. What is the reason for that particular stipulation? Because my thought was that in this particular case, it's so we could have more commercial space on heavily trafficked roads in the town center. So what is the actual reason for that particular bylaw?
With our multi-story developments, we were wanting to encourage those non-residential uses on the ground floor. In this instance, the rationale being put forward by the applicant is to demonstrate that there's accessibility opportunities by having those ground floor units available. The requirement then is to vary that requirement so that they can meet those zoning bylaw regulations, and that from a privacy perspective, they would also be somewhat elevated. So then people walking on those streets wouldn't be looking in directly. So there's an accessibility and a bit of a privacy component to that.
All right, so we're giving up community amenity space, but we're increasing our accessibility. Is that
correct?
What I'm okay. And the reason for the bylaw is actually to increase the amount of amenity space on the ground floor.
Yeah, to have more non-residential space.
Okay, good. I had one more question about the actual, I was, by the way, very impressed with the design. I was impressed with a lot of stipulations. There's a lot of really excellent work that's gone into this project. I'm curious about the fact that it's looking at step 4, which is fantastic. I'm curious in terms of the project timeline, might they run into the province's step 5? And is there any appetite on the part of the applicant to push that envelope even further?
I think that would be a question probably for the applicant with successful grant funding and then building permit application, what that timing looks like.
Thank you. And I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, I'm curious about, so remove requirement for frontage improvements. Now there is this bus bay, right, at outside the building. Is that part of the improvements that would not be funded through this project? I read here, as part of the proposed development, a BC Transit stop complete with a bus pullout area will be constructed within the building frontage along Wadham's Way.
Yes, so this was an interesting one where there's a lot of back and forth, because if you recall from the Lot A report, there's bus bays on either side, both in front of the library and in front of this location. And so there's been a lot of back and forth as to where it made the most sense, and certainly having as close as possible to this facility would address accessibility concerns, and then anybody wanting to use the library could then just walk across the main driveway into Lot A. So preference being towards the elderly community living in this complex or using its services.
So you had mentioned earlier that it was just that small corner at Anna Marie. However, it's also the bus bay that would not be. I'm sorry, I'm missing.
No, only Anna Marie is the portion being relaxed.
Okay, yeah. All right. Back to the South referral, they've noted they were questioning whether an environmental assessment has been done on Lot A, and I believe it has.
Yes, there was a number of studies completed. I believe it was back in 2019 through the due diligence report, which looked at stormwater, environmental, and the like. And so all of that was done and addressed, and we've been sharing that information with requested parties and engineers. And then when we go through the building permit process, I'm certain that the SELC will also, be of interest and just kind of be monitoring as they are with other properties, just to make sure if there is any concern that all parties are addressed. In any event, regardless of the development, if there is something of archaeological concern that is unearthed, that's where work ceases. We get in contact with the province, and then both the province, the district, and Sauk Nation work together to remedy whatever the issue might be.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from members of council? So one, if I'm not mistaken, pre-COVID, transit with the local area plan for Souk had indicated that they were looking to do the transit hub on Wadham's Way. So I'm wondering if there's been any recent dialogue on this, that some of those funds would be done by transit or shared?
We've been talking with transit. The spot in front of the proposed Elder Center is one, and hopefully combined with the pickup drop off for seniors. The spot in front of the library is still planned to go ahead in the future. That may be a lay down or layover for buses traveling east, and then the transit exchange will be on the other side of Bottoms to the west of where the casa is. There's a large area of road dedication there already. So that's being looked at with transit.
Okay, so with this, they won't have it as transit buses specifically. This could also then, as you mentioned, be used for drop off, passenger pickup and drop off, and not.
That
just
was
transit.
part of the
That'd be great.
discussion. They want, transit would like at least one stop there.
Sure.
They were hoping for more, but then if we combine it with pickup drop off, then we can put the other stop in front of the library for layover and keep the one in front of the Elder Center with pickup drop off too. So it just has to be differentiated.
Okay, because they would also be like handy dart services, which is also part of transit, but also seniors activity bus, youth bus, school buses, all sorts. Okay, thank you
Yeah.
very much. I'm glad that conversation is happening again. Other questions from members of council? Okay, I'll turn to the public, please, and see if any member of the public would like to comment on 6671 Wadham's Way, please.
Ron Dumont, 7094 West Coast Road. I'm kind of disappointed to see this development doesn't go all the way across and that the new council chambers would be there. It seems that we're doing little bits here and there and everywhere, and it isn't good development. Wadham's Way is supposed to be our new thoroughfare through Souk. Now we want to put one building right tight and close to the Wadham's Way, and when they built the library, they made such a mess on Anne Marie. And people parking there, and when they do this construction, they got to find someplace else to put people. And I don't think that when the suggestion was that somebody build a development, that they had to fit just the piece in front of them. They're supposed to be attacking the traffic throughout the people that are going to come to that site. So saying that you just want to do a little bit in the corner of Anne Marie Road, you need to upgrade Anne Marie Road down to the big heavy corner of the old library. To say that you exempting them from doing anything to improve the traffic and then put 40 units in there and parking under it means there are going to be cars there. So the effect of the traffic is going to be caused by that building. So I don't think you should absolve them from the responsibility of improving the traffic throughout that area. And the other one, which I don't understand who this developer is, but he not have much confidence in Souk, that he doesn't want to have commercial through the whole bottom. He wants to be able to put some people down below to rent. And that's the reason for changing that other. I don't understand that. We've been working very hard for many, many years to try and get commercial in the bottom of all of our buildings. And now we want to exempt someone from doing it on a big building like that. I just don't understand it.
The applicant is here, so I'll get clarity from them. I'll share a few things that I know, though. I agree, we're doing one quadrant at the time. It's very disappointing to me that the province has not advanced our healthcare planning. That's a 10-year boulder I've been pushing up a hill on my own, and it's really heavy and very frustrating because I'm not getting the traction that I need. Ideally, we would have been doing that work at the same time. However, it keeps drifting because the province has other priorities. Health delivery is a provincial issue. It's been downloaded to local governments, of which I'm holding right now. So I totally hear what you're saying. In terms of this particular build, though, on the bottom, it's the gathering place. It's a large amenity space for youth, for seniors, for day programming, all of that. And perhaps the applicant can elaborate a little bit more. So while it's not commercial, generating income, perhaps it's providing a desperate need in our community to allow seniors that are currently living alone in isolated circumstances with camaraderie and friendships and the services, day programs that they desperately need. So in order to make this work, because the province has also rejected our other grant applications that would provide accessible housing, this is where we have to advance it to a development permit to prove that we're serious, that this is a need in Souk. We did a housing assessment when I was on the Regional Housing Trust Fund in 2010 that identified several seniors then frail, living in isolated circumstances. Fast forward to 2019, the situation is dire. People are dying alone in their homes and in rental suites and in basements right now because of the absence of care, the absence of family, and the absence of access. And that's not a community that I'm proud of when we have those circumstances in place. So this is why the applicants are volunteers doing this on their own, with a volunteer board, raising money, partnering with the mayor to bring in the funding that's desperately needed, because they also rejected our funding for the senior center, which is why that is also here, but that's a separate program. But that is the amenity space. That's the shared courtyard. That's where we can start to build these pieces. And that's why this is here today. So that's, in terms of accessibility, I used to work in property management. It's very difficult to evacuate someone off a 12th floor, 5th floor, 4th floor when the elevator is out. Sometimes people need to be able to get right out of the building to get the services they need. So the fully accessible ones have to be in a place where people are not reliant on an elevator or stairs, so they can get out and access the services they need if a shutdown to the elevator should occur, because it's impossible and heavy and difficult to mobilize. So I totally hear what you're saying, but this isn't a commercial developer. These are volunteers in our community that are doing this work and that are providing the service that they need. And so all the pieces have to work together in order for the funding for the gathering place to happen.
So they're considering that as an apartment rather than a commercial venture.
But it's a commercial piece with a commercial kitchen. And that's where they'll be able to elaborate more about the features that are being done and designed into this space.
Yeah, I have nothing against the idea. I mean, that's what it's all about. It's just what you call the pieces that you're putting together.
Yeah, but if we could borrow all sorts of money, I'd be happily doing it today. But unfortunately, the dollar can only stretch so far. And again, some of this really is a federal and provincial responsibility. But our volunteers have stepped up to the occasion because they can't wait for what won't arrive right now.
The other concern I have, and of course, it's drainage. That used to be a creek there. I don't think we have any access to the big ditch that goes through the Throop Road area. So something has to be thought about, that you're going to cover that all up, stop all the water now from coming from on Townsend Road, because there's a ridge there, so the water runs that way. So something has to be thought about that, especially if you're going to put underground parking in that area.
That's probably the rainwater. Yeah. Noted.
Anyway,
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Dumont.
very much.
Okay. Other members of the public, please.
Ellen Lords. I have a few different questions as well. I appreciate what Ron said. I wondered why, one question is why we didn't look at putting the senior center, which when we had our affordable housing committee, we talked about a senior center going on where Air Manor is, and Air Manor is not able to get any money to put a to put an additional unit on there, and it's just seems odd that there it is sitting empty and we're using another spot rather than supporting what's already there, Air Manor. That's just one thing. Another was what Ron just said too about the water. We know that there's a storm drain, or not a storm drain, it's a culvert to bring water from Wadham's farm that goes under the Wadham's Way, and then right by Anne Marie, right where they were doing all the road, they had to put in loads and loads of rock there. But there's a drain there for the river or the stream that went into Lot A. Lot A is still a wetland that we're building on, totally contrary to our bylaws. But there is a stream in there, and that's the same stream that goes to Wadham's, the same stream that goes to, that's Throop Stream that goes through Charters and on to Drennan. And I think there needs to be a really good assessment done there before we go any further. I just want to say that I heard on Wadham's farm where there allegedly was a ditch, and on your own map, it says there's a creek, that there was a lot of problems there when they're building, that they had to put in new drainage, and then they had to haul in $1,000 worth of bales to soak up all the water that was there because it's a creek. So I hope that there's better work done on this. Another problem is a youth component, which Councillor Betters brought up. The youth component, how much money was put aside from the district for, how much has been put aside from the district for youth and senior complex?
200,000, 252,000.
And so is this being shared equally between the youth and the seniors?
It's council's already debated publicly and released the funds towards this project. The
Right.
gathering place, not the housing component.
It was supposed to be for youth and seniors, correct? Right. Okay. The other. The step four for this proposed unit. And the step 4 is all electric building. I hope you realize that. That's all electric, and it's 6-story. And how are seniors going to get up and down those stairs when the power goes out? It's a question. Step 4 in your own bylaws is all electric building. And what will happen for heat? What will happen for them to get out, up and down? And also with 6 stories in your fire bylaw, it also says that you have to have 24 firemen available for 6 stories. And it's interesting in your recommendations from the fire department that the e-bike and scooter charging storage areas can be a concern due to batteries overheating when charging. Will they be in a separate room? I hope that council considers all of this with EV stations and such. Now you're really setting the people up. If there's a fire in there, how are they going to get out with electric building? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Is there any response from staff?
I can comment on my comment, I guess, if that's what you want to say. Basically, it's compartmentization. So due to the fact that there's all these electric vehicles and batteries and such, they do pose a fire threat. So when we talk about special storage rooms, we want rooms that are compartmentized and separate from other spaces, but also have detection and suppression systems in them to get a head start on any fire suppression. So it's just something to be noted.
Okay, and we are in 24/7 fire service is now live. Is that correct?
That is
Yeah,
correct.
thank you very much, Chief. Other members of the public wish to comment, please?
Yes, my name's Ivan Bjornholt and I live at 2090 Anna Marie Road. And I don't really have any comments on the variance at the moment, but I have a question and about Lot A, the development of Lot A. And on the map on Souk website, on the phase 2 development of Lot A, it shows future entrance to Lot A. And the road seems to go right through our house and yard. And I was just wondering, what would be what's the timeline of this phase 2 happening? I haven't been informed of anything.
It's a good question, sir. Thank you for being here. I'll ask our staff to put that at your mind at ease on that, please.
Yes, so though that work was undertaken with the interest of providing for future access points. There has been nothing that has been formally established. You'll see in that same map that one of the future accesses goes right through Evergreen Mall as well, which there's no indication that that was something that is going to be pursued.
Right.
What it allows for is the opportunity for any of those properties that might go through development in the future, that as part of that development, if they're going to go through a rezoning process, we could work with that future developer to provide access from Anna Marie Road through the property and into Lot A if it made sense.
Right.
So there's no indication that that's being established at any time right now. It's a future aspirational piece if it could happen for the betterment of the
Okay.
community.
I was just wondering if it could happen in a year or two or something, because we plan on spending a lot of money on just renovating our house and improving our yard and house and whatnot. And I wasn't gonna do that if we're gonna get expropriated in a year.
No. So I'd like to address that right away. So this would be like in some cases, I'm aware that land assembly is happening within the district. And what I mean by that is some folks or developers are buying up several pieces of land that are contiguous to one another and with the intent of redeveloping it into something else. So a reference like that then gives staff the ability to say, okay, if you're going to do that, change use, combine two lots to do something bigger, then we need to find the access point in here.
Right.
You need to comfortably put that out of your mind, enjoy your property,
Okay.
your landscaping, all whatever you'll harvest from that. This is solely when the time comes where some are looking at consolidating lots together, change of use, higher density and the like. That's what then triggers, okay, if you're going to change the scale of the neighborhood and change that, we need to then get these access points in.
Okay, that helps a lot.
Yeah, so I hope that puts you at ease, that enjoy your property fully. There's no intention of any of that.
Also speaking of Anna Marie Road, this is on a different topic, but I think we should have a couple of speed bumps on there because we live at the top of that hill and we're backing out of a driveway. Cars are coming there. It's like 60 kilometers an hour. And you can see there's no cars coming and you back out and somebody almost hits you because you're coming over that hill so fast.
That's an ongoing problem. I agree with Anna Marie, with many roads in Souk right now, which is why we're looking to increase our RCMP complements. Traffic safety, safe streets is a priority of theirs because we need more of the members out there ticketing.
If
I
it
know
was
some
a
people
flat
don't
road-
like that, but this is what
If it was a
happens.
flat road, it wouldn't be so bad. You could see them coming. But
Yes.
You just back out of the driveway and they're over the hill right there. And
Yeah,
they
it's
haven't
tough.
slowed down and it can be very dangerous.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
Okay, thank
We'll
you very
continue to
much.
Bring that forward. Okay, other comments from members of the public? We're not in a public hearing. It's more public input because this is a variance. It's already zoned, but I see the applicant coming forward, approaching the microphone. So welcome.
Thank you. So I'm Mary Dan. I am the Vice President of the Souk Region Communities Health Network, and we are the applicant looking at developing this property, as well as the Community Health Center that will also be going on the same property. I'd like to say that when we started this, we weren't looking at getting in the housing business. However, as Mayor Tate already noted, nobody else was, and that is a high need of the community of Souk, is to have affordable housing for our seniors. We know we have many seniors living in Souk, strictly getting old age pension and CPP, and paying market rent is not possible for them. So we have more and more of them using our food banks, more and more of them using the services of the Souk Shelter Society at risk of becoming homeless. So this is a real need in our Souk, in Souk, as has the need for a gathering place. I want to address the issue of the youth. We have full intention. The gathering place is for seniors drop in or elders drop in, but it is also going to have intergenerational programming. The only reason Souk is not doing youth programming is because there are other organizations doing it. Search-In is not in the business of taking over what other programs and agencies already do. We've consulted with the youth, we consulted at EMCS, at Journey Middle School, and we have met with the youth service providers. We are hoping that the youth service providers will rent out space in the Souk gathering place to provide youth programming. There is a need for it. They've all acknowledged it. They've also all acknowledged just a drop-in is not good practice, that it needs to be programmed space. So that is our intention. We are hoping to have this space that will have rentable space by the rest of the community as well. In terms of the variance, I want to address the commercial space. We are looking at having commercial space in our building that will help with our operating costs. We have 2 commercial organizations interested in being in there. We are looking at having organizations that meet the view of helping keep people in their homes as they age. Try keeping people out of facilities for as long as we can and support people to maintain their independence. So we do have 2 commercial units looking at getting in. One of the problems that we have is we cannot get grants to build commercial space. We are a nonprofit, we are a charity. We can't take multi-million-dollar loans out to build community space or commercial space to then rent out. So our grants, we are applying to BC Housing to build the housing portion of this. We've applied for federal grants, BC grants, any grants we can possibly get for the Souk gathering place portion. And we have launched our fundraising for it because the grants are hard to get. We're still looking at and we're still planning on having those commercial spaces in there, but we'll have to figure out how we're going to fund that portion of the build. We're working with the Minister of Housing and the Minister of Health to try and get that whole section of the lot built out together. Whether that happens or not, I don't know, but we have those meetings. We're requesting that they both be at the table at the same time to discuss how we can build these units out at the same time to just get Lot A built out rather than having it piece by piece, as has been brought up in the community. I don't know if there's other questions. Were there other things that came up that you wanted me to address?
Well, Wiser Consulting is handling all of this and working with our staff. So that's where items like the rainwater plan, all of that is being addressed by the consulting group. My understanding is in order to obtain hopefully higher successes around the ministry is looking for development permit shovel ready, which is why this is here. And I did have a question, and it's around the rental units. What's been brought to my attention is a lot of the need goes to women in particular that were homemakers, so not necessarily a lot of CPP, largely maybe the survivor share, which is very small, and OAS only. And that's why we have our seniors now accessing the Shelter Society. And these are folks that lived in our community for a long time, and this is the unfortunate place where they are, which is really, really heartbreaking.
Thank you for that. And somebody asked about if we were going to increase to level 4. We did get a grant from the Green Municipal Fund. We've done all the work with all the engineers and the people that needed to look at how we can build this building to be energy efficient, have it cost less for operating, but also have it cost less for the tenants of the building. That can put us in favor of trying to get a grant through them as well. And if we did get the grant, we would build it to the capacity at which we could. So that would be grant dependent.
Thank you. Any questions of the applicant from members of council? Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, thanks for this. Very exciting to see it reach this stage. Now, you need this development permit at this time for that BC housing application. Is that correct?
That's correct. It will advance our BC housing application. As Mayor Tate already said, that puts us much closer to shovel ready. We still have more architect work that needs to be done to become truly shovel ready. But having the building permit in place also shows that partnership that we have with the municipality, and that the municipality has the MOU with us, it has the draft lease with us, and it has given us the building permit to proceed with this.
After we close public input, Councillor St. Pierre.
Just a brief comment. As it happens later in the agenda, we have a presentation from our Community Economic Development Officer, and she would probably bring up the stick in the mud. And I can't help but think that in Latte, we should have a stick in the mud. So if you're looking for commercial space, who knows if what could happen there? That would be really interesting.
That's something that's actually come up a lot. We will be having a commercial kitchen, and we're hoping that will be part of what happens in the gathering place. And that can potentially be some employment readiness skills learning, some work with those areas, is to use that commercial kitchen to be doing coffees, lunches, suppers, all of that sort of stuff out of the gathering place.
Councillor Lajeunesse.
Yeah, just to address the issue of the elevators going down in a power failure, plans for an emergency backup generator.
Yeah, it is in our plans to have a generator. And I can't imagine that that'll be a funding issue, but that is in our plans, because also then the gathering place can also become a cooling center. If we have another heat dome come through, it can also be an emergency response center in case of a true emergency, if we have that backup generator in place. So it can help service other needs in the community as well.
Excellent, thanks.
Anything else for the applicants? Thank you very much for being here and for your commitment to this project, as well as the Community Health Center. That's a lot for volunteers to take on. So thank you. I'm very grateful. Okay, so moving into our agenda here. Thank you. Any further public input on any of this? We're all just waiting for the next piece. So we'll move on here. Let me just see here. This is the next item up. So is there any final questions of staff from members of council, or can I proceed to the motions? Questions are done. Ms. Muschetta, can these all be read in a block?
Yes.
Okay, so here we go. That council approve, and council, you have the ability to sever if you should so desire, okay? That council approve the issuance of development permit PLN 01692 to construct a mixed-use multifamily residential and commercial building within the town center on the northeastern portion of the property located at 6671 Wadhams Way, in accordance with the plans attached to and forming a part of this permit, appendices 2 and 3, and that council vary the requirement within section 815.3 conditions of use zoning bylaw 2013 bylaw number 600 to allow for apartment units to be located at grade when adjacent to Wadhams Way, and that council authorize the request to remove the requirement to install frontage improvements along the Anna Marie Road that are required in accordance with section 2.2 A and B of the subdivision and development standards bylaw 2014 bylaw number 400. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor McMath. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Pearson?
Yes, I would. I had the good fortune of being on council when we bought Lot A, and this is a long time coming. It's exciting to see this coming. I never dreamt that I would be a senior by the time it got built. And I am now, and I'm looking forward to this really important amenity in our community. I thank the applicant who was here tonight, along with Mr. Robinson, who are tirelessly spearheading this project at every community fair, asking for donations as we walk by. To make this a reality in our community is exciting. It's in the right place at the right time, so that's my motivation.
Thank you, Councillor McMath.
Just thank you so much. You were very articulate tonight, but everyone in here would be amazed at the thousands of hours that you and other people have put into this. So it is so appreciated.
Other comments, Counselor Beddoes?
Yeah, I'd like to echo that. I've seen what this group has put together. I've seen the dedication. They've answered all my questions. I'm quite satisfied with the project and I look forward to breaking ground. So congratulations on this.
Counselor Bateman?
Sure.
Well, I thought you.
Yeah, I'll just note Carol Panalski, who, this has been a vision of hers and she's driven this along much of the way. We had our 2014 plebiscite where 85% of Souk residents voted in favor of just this kind of project. It's exciting to see it at the open house in terms of the gathering place itself. There was talk of cooking, arts, crafts, board games, meditation, dog walking, yoga, first aid, book clubs. It's very exciting. I almost need to recuse myself from this vote since as a 67-year-old, I really look forward to this. I'm biased.
Other members of council? Okay. All right, I will call the question. And again, just gratitude for going on. I think in addition to the sort of thermometer, we're showing what you've raised. You should also start another one that shows the volunteer time put in, because there's a value to that work and the dedication to do it. So I think we've been looking at doing there is ongoing, this is a live advocacy file, but now with this passing, which it seems it'll enable us to really push harder in those advocacies, because it's another step along the way to get us over the finish line. So thank you very much. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please. Any opposed? None opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Our next item goes to zoning amendment bylaw number 887-2027 Maple Avenue South. So the recommendation here is that council give third reading to the bylaw citing a zoning amendment bylaw number 887-2027 Maple Avenue South. Is there, okay, Councillor Pearson is moving it. Councillor St. Pierre is seconding it. Would you like to speak to it? Nope.
Nope.
Councillor St. Pierre, nope. Anyone else on council? Maple Avenue South? Okay, all those in favor, please. Any opposed? None opposed? That's unanimous. The second part there then.
No
is that-
second part, that's a mistake.
Okay.
As with the next one.
Okay, so that comes up. Okay, so the next one then is 4.5 for Charters Road. And the recommendation here is that council give third reading to the bylaw cited as zoning amendment bylaw number 885-2104 Charters Road. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Pearson?
No, I think we can talk a little bit about it in the next section. Again, the city's building around major areas. There's development on all sides of this property, and it's a fact of life. We're growing.
Okay, thank you. Councillor St. Pierre.
I think it's what we need to, and I would encourage the applicant to consider amenity space there if it works into the business plan.
Okay, other comments from members of council? I'm sorry, I appreciate what everyone has said, but I'm not in support of third reading. That outstanding referral was something that I asked for at first reading. I'm not seeing it here. I have nothing in writing to support that. But I'll call the question. All those in favor, please. And opposed is Tate. It carries. Thank you. The next part is here. So this is where we had a long conversation about the affordable housing contribution. It's come now to council to make that determination. So staff have provided the outline. However, they're leaving the blank for us to write in. You've heard the applicant's representative commit to $37.50 per unit. I don't remember what the total of that is, although I have a calculator and can figure it out, Councillor St. Pierre, or something else. So are you looking to move the motion?
Yeah.
Okay, so into the microphone.
The council directs staff to work with the applicant to revise the S 2.9 covenant to reflect an affordable housing contribution of 10% of assessed property value at time of development permit to be registered prior to consideration of bylaw adoption.
Okay, is there a seconder? So that's in keeping with the staff recommendation.
Yep.
Okay, Is there a seconder? Oh, sorry.
That motion has already been passed when council gave first and second reading. So if that is to remain the same, no additional motion needs to be made.
Okay, so that's already on the, so this here is to revise. So then your motion is out of order.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll go to a different council member then. Counselor Pearson.
I'm gonna ask my fellow counselor, Mr. Bateman, to do the math.
There you go. That-
I have my calculator.
That, oh yeah, I got it.
You got
Okay, thank you. That council directs staff to work with the applicant to revise the S-219 covenant to reflect the affordable housing contribution of $3,871.43 per unit, which is 100 and, yeah, which is equivalent to 10% of the land value on a BC assessment today. Unit to be registered prior to consideration of the bylaw adoption.
Okay, so 3871.42 per unit. 3871. Oh, gosh.
As long as Mr. Bateman's math is right.
3871.42 per unit. And sorry, there were 29. That's not right. 29. Oh, goodness. 112,271.18. That doesn't sound correct to me. I could be wrong though. I thought there was a. Can we just, because there was, good grief. Can we just go with 10% of, like, do we have to divide it out by unit? Okay, well, this is the motion. It's, I would put that on the floor. 3871.42 per unit. So if there's 5 units, you take that times 5. If there's 29 units, it would be that times 29.
10% of the land.
Yeah, but it's per unit. So in here, arguably, if only 5 units were built, then that's all there is. If, because it breaks down, but yeah, it still goes back to that. Okay, so got it. Is there a seconder for this? Councillor Lajeunesse is seconding. So to motivate, Councillor Pearson.
In absence of policy, I think the best thing to do is give clarity around this. It's consistent with what's going on in the area. It's consistent with the other application that was here tonight. And it's taken the 10% of the land value minus the buildings, which is the same 10%. And then we've calculated it out to a per unit based on the proposal or based on the zoning.
Okay, Councillor Lajeunesse is a seconder.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought on this, is that most of the discussion around this tonight has been due to the fact that we do not have a policy to reflect this affordable housing contribution. And to change the rules in the middle of the game is not fair to anyone. So we have to go with the precedent that's been set to this point until such time as we create a policy to straighten it out.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
I find myself strangely agreeing with Councillor Lajeunesse that we should be following precedent. The precedent's been set has actually been to set the 10% at assessed value when the development permit is put in place. That's what's actually been done with other developers. It's unfair at this point to those developers and the rest of the development community to change those precedents. In the absence of policy, we do have precedent. So in order to be consistent, as Councillor Pearson has pointed out, we should actually be setting this to the original motion that was decided on council 2 weeks ago and moving forward in that way. And not setting a precedent where council is in a position where we have to get out our calculators and determine what the assessed value is going to be when staff is there to do that for us. This is not our job. We're in the weeds so far, it's not even funny. At this point in time, I will not vote in favor of this motion because we have a perfectly good resolution that was already made.
Thank you. Other members of council wish to speak? I'll just weigh in that while I attended the meeting virtually, the council did resolve on this 2 weeks ago. That is a valid point. It was deliberated on and resolved then. Councillor McMath, we're on the motion, so you need to speak to the motion.
I'm a bit split, to be honest. Part of me understands where the developer and the landowner are coming from. But I struggle with sort of one-offs in this room last minute. What it does point out is that we obviously need to have some clarity around policy. And hopefully that's coming forward soon.
Yes, and that's where it's awkward. There was another developer, same thing, that hit an impasse and brought it to council. And then we were looking at whether or not their amenity contribution was reasonable, and I had no way to gauge that. So we sent it back to staff. So that is where it's a transparent process. So at least we can offer that at least anyone viewing or participating is aware of how we get to these discussions. But it is awkward to sit here and decide what's reasonable in the absence, but that's where we do have staff giving that expertise. So I agree with Councillor St. Pierre on this. Other questions or not, sorry, no questions. You can speak to the motion. It's been moved, it's been seconded. This will replace a motion that has already been debated in this room. So I will call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Councillors Beddoes, McMath, St. Pierre, Bateman, and myself are opposed. So the motion is defeated, it fails. So council, we have a live motion that you can stick with, or I'll ask if anyone would like to propose a different motion that would replace the other one. Okay, so then that motion remains in place. I'm not seeing anything different from a member of council. So that matter is complete and will progress accordingly. And I will move on to the next item. And that's where that will come back to us for adoption once the covenant is registered and the like. Okay. Point of privilege has been raised for a recess. This time, I think many of us need a health break. I'm sorry to members of the public, but I did share that this would be a concern at the start. However, we're rolling on with the meeting, so we're going to recess for 10 minutes. It's 9:48, so I would like counselors back in their seat at 9:58. Thank you. Okay, if we can please make our way to our seats. Counselors included. Can we make our way to our seats, please? I asked 3 times. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the agenda, item 5, meeting minutes from June the 12th, please. June 19th, special committee of the whole meeting. So it's just the 2. The following meeting minutes be adopted as circulated. Moved adoption by Counselor Bateman, seconded by Counselor McMath. Any questions or corrections? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Next item up is our delegation. Thank you for hanging in there. I think I see you somewhere, Mr. Diego. Yes, please come forward. And Shelley, thank you. The delegation is for the renovation and renewal of Bill Dixon's mural at Cedar Grove Mall. Welcome to the both of you and thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you for having us and thanks for this space and thank everyone for being here. Okay, so 5 minutes, supposedly this is gonna be quite a challenge, but yeah, we'll see. So a little bit of story here. Councillor Bateman came to me about 16 months ago or maybe more, asking about the possibility of renovating Bill Dixon's mural, which is on what's that, Cedar Grove Mall and or center, which is by the Stick in the Mud. And by this time we had many meetings, discussions, and just talking about it. And we got to the idea of not only renovating the mural, but trying to do a renewal of the mural and to see, to capture the vision of the future in the forestry management and the forests. By this time was only me would do the job, but then we figured out it would be super interesting and relevant to invite Sauk Nation and Patchit Nation to support the vision and to build an image together. So let me start. Yeah, okay. Oh, it goes that way. Okay, thanks. Okay, so both nations approved of participating in the project, and not only with their visions, but with artists actually. So this project has been evolving over the months. We did a diagnose some weeks ago, and as you can see on the images, there's some deterioration, there's some tagging, and of course the community is concerned about what's going to be the future of this iconic mural. As many of you might know, public art is one of the images or the iconic symbols of a town, of a city. It's what represents to the locals and also to the visitors. So it's important to have these images in a good shape, because otherwise it's like having a motel with a rundown appearance, you know, like the sign coming up or something. Here you can see some images of the surfaces that are the paint is flaking, the substrate is coming out, the structure behind the mural is in bad shape, is rotting, and the moisture is climbing up the mural. As you can see, there's some tagging as well. So there's already some members of the community who are not approving this image, and so that's why we're proposing not only the renovation but the renewal, and with a vision of both nations. A bit of context as well. So this mural was painted by Bill Dixon in the 1990s. Was commissioned by Timber West Company, which is now Mosaic. We've been in contact with them in meetings, and they approve of the project and have placed $8,000 for the project. So as you can see here, the groups involved are Subdistrict, Sauk, Patchit Nation, Mosaic, and just myself as an artist. So the idea is to renovate the 4 panels to the left and renew or paint all new the two panels to the right, which of course would be in the same composition or the same idea of the other four panels, but looking into the future. As we say there, the artist will present sketches before starting for the approval of all these groups involved. Here's a bit of sample of our works. Here's Shelley from Sauk Nation. You have seen these murals at Petrocan, and they're amazing. And this is just a super simple sample because we have 5 minutes, and I know I'm already taking 7 or something like that. But Micah McCarty from Batchet Nation, which is an amazing carver and painter as well, and he's more of a traditional artist, but super elegant. And myself, which I have presented both these paintings on the Sauk Partner Show with awards and blah, blah, blah. So, okay, next. So here's the budget. There's, the restoration, the renewal, some materials. I put it as clear and transparent as I could. And yeah, I'm charging a management fee and an artist coordinator fee, which is included there. Mosaic's contribution until now has been $8,000, so we're asking for $22,124. There's more to it. So the builder owner is totally up for this project. Both Mosaic, which commissioned the work, and the owner of the building are supporting the project and like the idea of having the mural be part of Sauk District after the completion of the mural. We have tried looking for Bill Dixon's estate and trying to reach out to any family. We haven't been able, we haven't found anyone. I actually reached his former studio, and it's now just someone else's place, and they don't know where they went, where they go. So that's pretty much it. I don't know. This is a proposed timeline, which I can't read from here. I'm really sorry, but you can see some of the activities, which
I think that's fine because we're at time,
Exactly.
although I know you've been waiting long, just like everyone else
that's so
has.
good. Yeah, that's so good.
Yeah.
Maybe I missed something, but if you have any questions, we'll be glad to respond. Yeah. And
Yeah, no, that's fine. Counselor Bateman has been working on this file with you for almost 2 years, something like that.
Like a year and a half. Yes.
18 months.
Yeah.
So I have requested that he put forward some motions for council to consider later in the meeting tonight.
Okay.
And he knows the project. I do as well. We can handle those questions. We'll release you so you can go home.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah,
My
you don't
baby
need
will
to stay.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, it's fine. And then, we'll come back.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll circulate afterwards what the outcome was, but we thank you very much for the
Okay.
presentation, your work
Thank
and
you,
everything you've done to
everyone.
get to this point.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks
you
a lot.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Good night.
Okay, so our next item is the report of the Chief Administrative Officer.
Thank you, Worship. I wasn't gonna say anything because I was away last week, but after the interaction that just happened at the break here, I feel compelled to just remind the public that the district has a legal obligation to protect staff from bullying and harassment, and inappropriate comments will not be tolerated. If you cannot be respectful of staff, you'll be asked to leave the meeting. Staff have been more than open and honest and transparent with any question that has come forward. Thousands of pieces of correspondence have come forward in regards to this official community plan. There is a website dedicated to this. A consultant was hired to undertake this OCP engagement. A committee existed at this time. It's unfortunate that certain members of the public are now just becoming up to speed on this, but this process is not new. It has been undergoing for 3 years. This interaction that just happened at the break is completely demeaning, completely insulting, so disrespectful, and will not be tolerated. If you can't come to us as an adult and have a proper conversation in a public meeting that this has been directed to be having at this time, then please don't attend. Send your email correspondence in like the rest of the correspondence, and we will respond to you in due course.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gray. It goes back to my beginning notes that we all have a role in hearing one another and also to allow for opposite views to be heard. I recognize this is a long meeting. I was concerned about that at the outset. And part of the delay was because an application jumped our staff and came to council and we were scrambling to put the pieces together. We deliberated, it's transparent, we did our best. It was a concern I had though at the outset of running against the time. This is why we had a committee of the whole at 1 o'clock. We also have one scheduled for next week at 7, trying to capture different interests, different times. We received a lot of criticism though for having a meeting at 1 o'clock. We have one at 7, we have another one at 7. I suppose maybe we'll start in the morning in the future, 9 a.m. Going forward so we can capture a different group. And I'm sure that won't meet with others' expectations as well. So we're trying all things. We're not adopting it tonight. I need to make that clear. It's an ongoing process. But for now, I'm going to go to item 8, public question and comment period. We're here. We have 30 minutes set aside. There's 2 minutes per speaker. So there is a timer that is set here. If the microphone is not red at the top, please make sure that it's on so that everyone can hear you, including those at home. And please stay within the time limits. We just need your name. We don't need your personal address. It would just help if you gave us the municipality that you reside in. Thank you.
Randy Clarkston. I sat in the last OCP for around 4 years to do it. We used the existing OCP and we built off of it. This one's a brand new document. It started from scratch, basically. So what I see now is that we have groups. We got the Development Association is formed because of this OCP. We have all these people here because of this OCP. And this all came from one email. So I haven't talked to the people about the roads in Sooke or other things that need to come up yet. I'm trying to, I want the council to take a break from this, slow it down, wait until we hear from the province what its new stuff is going to be. Wait till we have a what do you call them, CAO for the community. Right now, I understand we have like 9 employees missing in our staffing. I think we're in bad shape to be moving anything forward on an OCP. And I think this OCP isn't even it's just started. The last OCP that I sat on had no complaints at the end of it. Not one complaint. Nobody was upset because it was done properly. This one has just been a nightmare. And I just plead with the council to try to make some rational decisions to slow this down and do it properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clarkston. Next speaker, please.
Scott Miller, Sooke. This OCP is critically flawed. In terms of direction, the January 2021 engagement results presented to the council had 8 focus areas, 1.5 towards the environment, 6.5 other areas. The current OCP, 6 focus areas, 3 of them on the environment, 1 of them that wasn't even mentioned in 2021. Clearly, the direction is going somewhere that the public did not originally intend. It's been hijacked by environmental activists and pushed to the environmental side. In terms of the flesh out, the document is highly bureaucratic and regulated. The way it's been written out serves the interests of staff and the consultant, but not the interests of the public of Sooke. One consistent part, the message heard in both things is we'd like to keep the unique character of Sooke, wild by nature. What this OCP does is threatens to turn Sooke's tagline into Sooke, overregulated by environmental consultants. It needs significant amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Debbie Clarkston, Souk, District of Souk. I would like to speak to the June 19th staff report that we read in the agenda. And this staff reiterated that section 7.1.2 general exemptions for development permit areas allows waterfront property owners to continue the enjoyment of their property without being subject to development permit area guidelines. So I really want to question enjoyment of their property. I'll start just by describing the current definition of foreshore, which is in your zoning bylaw adopted 2020. Foreshore means the area between the high tide or natural boundary and the low tide water levels in marine systems, or between seasonal high water and low water levels for lakes. So I'm assuming that this foreshore definition will have to be radically changed if this draft OCP is adopted. I also read that I looked at the master parks and trails plan, and I couldn't really find a definition of what constitutes environmentally sensitive, and that worries me. This is 5.12, establish future nature parks based on the following criteria. Areas identified on map 10, environment, and any other areas mapped as environmentally sensitive or significant in the future. And these are establishing future nature parks based on this criteria. So my question is, we are now going to have a 15-meter buffer from the high tide to my living room and kitchen windows.
Can you wrap up, please? We're at the 2 minutes.
And that's 49 feet if you prefer the English definition. And I would like to know if my property will be officially designated as environmentally sensitive and regulated in that regard. Yes or no? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name's Veronica Pemberton Billing. I'm a homeowner in Souk. I'm very pleased to be able to speak with you tonight. I'm going to speak to agenda sections on page 241, the guiding document and mandatory requirements. This paragraph says that many of the policies, without saying which ones, remain suggestions in the OCP and gives an example of secondary heating systems that use fossil fuels being still available. The Climate Action Plan, however, has a specific target that 80% of existing residential fossil fuel heating systems be replaced by 2030, targeting 200 per year. This is not spoken of as a guiding vision, but is clear and specific. I think it is disingenuous to say that a bylaw needs to be passed to enforce elements of the plan. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. But even if this were the case, it would require constant and onerous vigilance on the part of homeowners with respect to proposed bylaws. I fear the district will be confronted with a barrage of lawsuits by individuals attempting to protect their property rights from government overreach. Second, under the section on the same page, strategic relevance, building a reputable organization with sound financial practices, none of this has been costed. There's been no cost benefit analysis to any of these proposals. It is a wish list. And to my knowledge, no in-depth consultation with taxpayers or business owners. Third, under the same section, about reputation, improved communication and engagement with the public. Reputation is built on honesty and transparency. The OCP Advisory Committee says in the preamble, the vast majority of Souk residents share a similar vision. Where is the evidence for this? It later stresses our community's united support for this plan. Again, no evidence for this. In fact, members of the OCP Advisory,
Pemberton,
I will just finish this. members of the advisory committee itself were not in agreement on this plan or its intentions. And yet this is not indicated. The preamble was written as if the OCP were united in support, creating a false impression. And finally,
Thank you.
I
Give
just
other
want to say,
speakers behind you.
what does 2,000 touch points mean in terms of community engagement?
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please. You're more than welcome to submit that to us in an email.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm still Susan. I'm still from Casinos.
Still Susan Belford.
This OCP has been explored and discussed by individuals, groups, committees of the whole, regular meetings for about 3 years now. It's not a new thing. It's true that the document itself is written in really problematic language, and we need a plain language version so that people don't continue to labor under the misunderstandings that they have about this document. We're living in a time where there's a great deal of distrust of different groups, of government. And it is important as we look at our future, while there's a whole lot of fires burning here in Canada and a whole lot of fires burning in BC, and we know what the outcome of climate change is likely to be, we need to be preparing. This OCP allows us to do that. It gives us a plan to prepare for our future, our grandchildren's future. To continue to delay is the same as to deny that we have a global issue. I'm sorry, climate change is not going to stop at your property line. It's everywhere, and this OCP will help us to move into the future in a constructive way. I urge you, I know you're not going to pass it tonight, but I urge you to hear that we need to pass this. And we need to help people overcome their misunderstandings of this document. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belford. Next speaker.
Yeah, Ted Dawes, 6975 Sea Lion Way. I think somebody has already asked a few of the questions, but my main concern is it seems that every time a question's asked or that goes around, it's okay, that's fine. No, that's not going to happen. Like Mayor Tate, you said that the boardwalk is probably 50 years down the road. So if it's 50 years down the road, why is it on the plan now or coming up to the, why don't you take it off? If I was going to sell my property and if I was going to buy that property and I saw that little dotted line coming in front of my property, I'd walk away and say, I don't want it. And the thing is, I don't really understand a lot of the stuff, like everybody, it's not in the language that I understand. And it's this environmental sensitive. I mean, that's really an open for, I don't know what, but to me, it just doesn't seem right. And what I understand, and I'm not familiar with dealing with councils and this and that, but it seems to me that there hasn't been a lot of input, only by a couple of people over COVID, and it hasn't involved all the council people. And I think you guys got to go back to the table, sit down with everybody involved, with the people of Sooke, and everybody get involved, not only staff, this and that. And I mean, your job, what you're doing, I kind of understand. Most of you retired, you're going somewhere else, you're going up. To have this kind of pressure, and I don't know why you guys do it. It's just, honestly, I don't. And the thing is, I think you got to do it. If you're in it, you got to be in it for the right reasons and do it right. Somebody answer you a question, give them an answer. Don't say, oh, trust me, I think it's all right. We're going to do this. Don't worry about it. Put the cards on the table. Thank you.
We're here because we love local government.
Well, I hope.
That's why we're here. Next speaker, please.
Is this still on? Okay. My name is Lorraine Polivsky Love. I've been up here once before. I've also served on a SUC program of the Arts Committee, which I'm not sure, I don't know where it is right now, but it looks like we're not going to have one. I'm at 1911 Kaltassin Road. And I wasn't coming here to speak. I was coming here to get information and be part of this process. And I have a property that's on waterfront. And I'm trying to understand, how is my property, how am I going to justify to my lenders that the 15 meters is not going to be available for use? I have a mortgage on my property based on an appraisal. I'm here talking about business. I'm here talking about a piece of property that I'm working my tail off to keep and maintain and look after. Foreshore, for some reason, seems to be brought up over and over again. Foreshore is high water.
Can you direct your comments to me, please?
To low. I'm just speaking. I'm trying to think my way through this because I haven't got a script. But it's been brought up with foreshore over and over again. I don't own foreshore. It's not my job to maintain foreshore. My job is to look after my property and to follow the rules that are outlined. Dana Lajeunesse brought up during the June 19th meeting, why don't we just take I think it's number 3 in the DPA that you mentioned. Why don't we just take that right out? Why have something in there that is causing so much problem? Why are we not working together like Mr. Clarkston has mentioned? And I echo and support what he's saying. Why are we continuing to cause? Okay, my time's up, I see, right? Is that right? Okay. I just don't know why we have to go through this. It's causing so much heartache in your community.
But that's why we're here. That's why we're here to hear from you in a setting, because I couldn't hear from residents in a packed, crowded room at the community hall. It was loud. There was still a lot of COVID happening and it was crowded and a lot of people didn't attend. So we are here now so that we can hear from the public about their concerns. That's why we're here.
Okay.
Exactly that.
Okay. I just want to add one thing.
Otherwise, if we put it to committee or bump it to staff, it's in the back room. It's here in an open meeting so that we can discuss it.
I hope you don't think that I'm directly attacking anybody, because I'm not. All I'm saying is, in my personal experience, in my opinion, all this started when we had 2020 during COVID, 2021, 2023. I had a business partner die at the beginning of 2020. I've had family die in COVID.
I'm sorry that happened.
I know.
I need to move to the next speaker. Thank you.
I just wanted to say, I don't know why we can't just take a pause and take another year to work on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, am I supposed to do that?
It's okay. Next speaker, please.
Claude Renfred. I'm on Richview Road. I'm very concerned about the language that's used in the document. I'm just an average guy. I'm not a developer. I'm not a planner. I don't fully understand the language that's used in the document, but it's got me very concerned about the impact it will have on my property and on the property of my friends and colleagues in the community. When I see references to, if you want to do this, you will need to go out and have a number of studies done. And I can understand why staff would want studies done, but the cost would be prohibitive for the average person in Sooke to hire, herborists and architects to be able to prove to staff that these issues, that things were not, that I may want to do, I couldn't do it. It prices the average person out. I can't see in the document where it basically says, I can't trim my trees. Now, I know staff have responded and said, that's not our intention. I shouldn't have to rely on a a response from staff that it's not their intention. They may leave, they may not be here when I want to do something to my property. And then I'm going to have to rely on someone at that stage to interpret the document. So I guess what I'm saying is directionally, what you're trying to do is probably right. Yeah, climate's an issue. And we need to move towards that. But what about all the other things? You know, density is important. I get that. We don't have the infrastructure to accommodate a lot of the things that we want, that's in that plan. So I think there's things that need to be done before a lot of the things in the plan are needed. We just need time, and we need, I think, more common language in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ryan Chamberlain, Souk. Wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but everyone got me inspired. So, a setback is a worry. I've seen some things recently that are very confusing. I've seen district to staff, Souk district to staff, pretty much making a new beach in Cooper's Cove at the highways lot, throwing sand, making a new beach. That's the district's responsibility. But like, how does that work in terms of like potential new rules coming in and how property owners can work on that 15 meters when we're right now watching district to staff, not saying that right, staff from the district making a new beach at the kayak launch or where the liveaboard people access. So when I see that work being done and I go and talk to people like, hey, you shouldn't be just throwing random sand on a low water mark because somebody wants to have better kayak access, I get confused. And I think a lot of people know about the environmental work I do. And just this week we got a sorry, I hate speaking in public. We got an accepted application for another beach cleanup in Souk. And there is so many docks right now down in the basin that I'm going to clean up this summer. And I need to work on that lot, but we need to have like a set of rules of how I go and do that work with the district of Souk property and, working on the beaches and working with the nation to do this work. We need to set an example. We need to have a roundtable, talk about how we use the foreshore. It is saddening to hear these, potential threats to people losing their access to their properties or building a structure, or improving it, making it beautiful, potentially helping the environment. We're
at time, Mr.
All right,
Chairman.
I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there other speakers?
John Nicholson. In the preamble of this OCP, it says it should be our document, our being the people of Souk's document, not consultants or staff document. Last week or the week before, or whatever it was, we had an committee of the whole to talk about the OCP, and there are some good questions. And I thought we were going to get some answers, but I certainly haven't received any answers. For example, Council Lajeunesse asked about just getting rid of the 15-meter setback. I haven't received it, and I was there. I haven't received any input from the staff. Maybe they did answer, but I didn't hear it. There's another one I can't think right now. But this is supposed to be a draft document. And I guess it's gone through a couple of readings already. And I don't think as a draft document, we should be looking at it any more than just what it is. It's a draft document to put, to employ, to improve on. Not to take and say, it's done. It's not done. It's just a draft. And work on it in that regard. Thank you.
Are there other speakers?
Ellen Lewis. I was looking at the responses from staff. I was looking at the response about net zero buildings. It really, it says, oh, no, basically, don't worry about municipal building requirements are met in order to issue a building permits. Some Part 9 dwelling units have been constructed in step 4, but it says that the building energy design, there won't be any changes yet. Information here says in the building code that you have emissions level 1, measure only requires measurement of a building's emissions without reductions and is intended to build knowledge and capacity. Level 2, moderate carbon performance in most cases will require electrification of either space heating or domestic hot water. 3, emissions level strong carbon performance in most cases will require electrification of both space heating and domestic hot water systems. And 4, in most cases will require full electrification of a building. Yet we're saying this is not really going to happen. And when I had brought this up before with council that there be no more natural gas and no more propane, well, that's not going to happen. Council said, well, here we are. It is going to happen. And that's you can't deny this. Well, council can say no. Council has a right to say, no, we're not going to do this. You can tell the province, no, you'll need to stop this because it's not going to happen in Sooke. We have power outages here. We have storms. We cannot have a fully electrified city. We can't do that. We need to have other options. And this OCP, there's so much in here that's all about climate change and climate emergency and blah, blah, which
Okay, thank you, Ms. Loris.
thank you. Thank you for listening and please, I hope you are really listening because the people really need to be heard. Thank you.
Are there other speakers this evening?
Corinne Bordua, Sooke. Like many, I wasn't planning on speaking today, but I just feel like I have no other choice. I be honest with you, I ran for council, not because I wanted to. I'm a very private person. I did it because I felt like I had no other choice. I feel like you're not listening. We were here before. You've had this meeting before. Susan Belfodge said that, you know, you've heard everyone, you have lots of communication, engagement, blah, blah, blah. You've seen the population, you've seen your community say they don't want this the way it is. I don't know how to say it any other ways at this point. I just want you to hear this. This is important. You were all elected, and I think because people wanted to give you a second chance to look at this. I want you to hear what they're saying today. And we will be back on July 19 with more people. This is important. You really need to look at this document. I've seen documents in other communities. They look exactly the same. You were given a document, a template of something that is across all community municipality in BC. Why? If this is about Sooke, then you can't have the same plan that is in Fort St. John or Vancouver or be in Kelowna. It has to be about Sooke. And I'm telling you, you can go online and look at their OCP. And there's communities that are saying no. So you have the ability to say no. Sandwich just said no for almost the exact same plan.
I'm begging you at this point. I'm seriously begging you. You have to reconsider this, please.
Hello, I appreciate the clapping, but I've asked that we can contain the meeting so that others can express their differing perspectives. This is a democratic place where all views are welcome. And so laughing at other speakers, okay, we'll sit here until there's quiet so I can hear other speakers. If you want to keep disrupting the room, then I can prepare to wait. And when you're quiet, I will be too, and we'll continue on with the meeting. Okay, next speaker, please. Okay, so that's our 30 minutes. Okay, thank you to those who spoke. I'm going to vary the agenda slightly and move to 10.2. And then after we discuss this, then we can, the folks are of course welcome to stay until we finish our meeting as always. Or you can return home and that's fine too. So we're in 10.2, which is our June 19th OCP meeting that we requested at the last one. I'll just wait as some folks are departing, I believe. We are intending to answer some of the questions, but I guess you can watch those online since folks are leaving. But that's okay. Okay, so there's a few points that I want to make just from what I've heard. In terms of the process, the way the process was established, it was with a committee, and then in order for council to begin weighing into it, we needed to pass first reading. It was critically important to council at that time to hear from members of the public, which is why we advanced it to a public hearing. And many of you were present in the room and maybe some of you weren't, but at the public hearing, which was right heading up to after an election had been set. And obviously we were in full campaign mode or reasonably somewhat at the time, council said to pause the process until the election occurred and a new council formed. So now, yes, it's largely the same people, although Kevin Pearson has joined us again. We're back into that process. Council is aware that we are operating, grateful for Rachel Gray for stepping up, and we are currently doing our CAO hiring. There is, again, a human rights process and a hiring process that needs to evolve with that. That is why our strategic plan has been delayed and we haven't done one. Many other councils adopted theirs months ago. We're waiting until the new CAO hire has been completed. Secondly, we thought, okay, there's been a lot of commentary about where does the OCP stand? Let's start the process. But nowhere has our staff said, bang this through, rush this through, get it done. We wanted to establish, okay, let's start that community dialogue where residents feel safe speaking to us and we are all present and heard. Some criticism I heard was that the open house was crowded. I made that comment earlier. I couldn't engage with people and it was crowded. Secondly, when a committee meets, not all of council is available. We took that to heart. So we've made ourselves the committee to go through this process. Secondly, when you have conversations at the grocery store, not all of council has the benefit of that. So when council meets, it has to be in this setting. It has to be webcast. It has to be minuted. We need our staff president. We need quorum. So we are doing that. We are meeting today and last week and potentially next week to hear from members of the public as to what their concern may be. There is no other way for council to do that without maintaining a transparent process. If I had a meeting by myself in a coffee shop, sure, and I got that criticism when we had coffee with council mayor and council coming, there was criticism, well, gee, now you're hearing from just us and others aren't hearing from us. Okay, so we cannot advance anything. There's a comment made to why a certain counselor hasn't done this or that, or why staff have not responded, because we're not at a point where we're making amendments to the document. We're just hearing the views of the public and determining what our next course of action will be. That's why we're here. And that's why we'll continue to meet in this way until council resolves to do something different. So that's why we're hearing a lot of pieces on what's important. And that's why we're sitting here. And as council decided earlier, as long as it takes to ensure that those who attend, and I agree, the meeting ran late. I was a concern I had earlier, given what I knew what was coming to the agenda. That's why we've had committee of the whole at 1 o'clock, because then we also heard at the public hearing about how late it went. So we have it at 1 o'clock and there's criticism that we're having it when people are working. So we have it at 7 and there's criticism that is going late. So that's why I kind of joked and said we should start at 9 in the morning. Although those that are working aren't going to like that either. So we're at the part of a process. Nowhere have I heard there's some things that are missing. The affordable housing policy is missing. It's not in the current OCP. It'll come out through the development piece. We'll take all of this and determine what our next steps will be. I'm aware that the province is coming heavy-handed to us, making decisions, 6 units or 4 units on one single family dwelling. They're not willing to fund infrastructure projects, but they want us to deliver the housing supply. That has a tremendous impact on livability, as you and I know it today. Transportation, everything, all of that. It's a severe impact to health services, emergency services, and the like. And I can give a long list of other federal and provincial downloads in addition to the healthcare load that we're dealing with right now. And so, yeah, it's a concern in terms of what they're proposing, but they're doing it in isolation without local governments because they want to free up the housing supply. We have concerns about that. We're looking at livability for you and I, all of us together, and the future of what this community looks like. And that's why we're taking our time with this document. In terms of concerns that you're raised, I heard someone yell at me to say something and to put something in writing, and I would be willing to do that for the gentleman that spoke earlier concerned about access to his property. In some cases, as I read the general exemption law, and in terms of how it would impact, I suppose if you were taking your existing property and subdividing it into 5 more properties to create 6, it would apply to you. If you're consolidating lots, and I know land assembly is happening in Sooke, where several properties are looking to be bought up and to turn into a commercial use or higher level of density, therefore changing the entire character of the neighborhood, it would apply to you. There's shoreline egress points that other members of the public would also like enjoyment to. So there's a lot of that. And I see that someone is disagreeing with me, and I know that we have a lot to talk about, but that's why we're here. And that's why we'll continue to meet. So I just wanted to say some of those pieces. I'm aware that someone was upset that our planning director has scheduled vacation. It happens. Don't want them to burn out. Council planned that date unknowingly. And if that date doesn't work, because it doesn't work, then we can easily call that committee of the whole and have it in September. And maybe that's what we need to do. That's what I personally would like to do so that we can have more informal conversations. But in order for council to change anything, it must take place in this room, in this type of a setting. That's where those decisions have to be made for the benefit of all of us together. They can't be made in isolation outside of this room. They have to be done here. But conversations about concern, informal chatter, all of those things can happen outside of that. That's why I was at the night market. That's why I'm wandering about Sooke and hanging out at various coffee shops so I can hear different perspectives. But then I need to take that and formulate into something that is meaningful and then look for all of council to support that, because that's how we do. I can't just write it myself. Can assure you the OCP would look a lot different and probably very unpleasant because I wouldn't know what I'm doing. That's why we have the expertise of our staff. So I just wanted to make a few of those comments. I know a lot of what I'm saying will be taken out of context and differently, and I'll be smattered with a whole bunch of nonsense in social media, but that's the noise and the fun of doing this job. And that's why we like it so much. So on that note, I'll ask Mr. Palau to take us through his report and we'll go from there.
I think in the interest of time and how far we are in this agenda, this report is public, and certainly if there's any questions that people feel are still outstanding after reading this report, they're more than welcome to contact me. I would like to take an opportunity to at least address the questions of those who approach council tonight. Some of the things that I heard in terms of, waiting, I think you had already stated it. I think you'd already stated the point that, staff is not proposing any further movement towards adoption. This is certainly within the feedback process right now of it, getting more input from the public. So if this needs to go on until September for more input, that's perfectly fine. I know council wants to proceed with all the information that needs to be shared with them to give the proper direction to council to make the necessary amendments. That's the next step. I know we're not there yet. That's why tonight is a continuation of some of that feedback that we received on June 19th. In terms of the exemptions, it's been commented on multiple times through various engagements, as well as the June 19th report and in this report as well tonight, where it's applicable, and that most instances, the feedback that we're receiving is the single family dwelling, the property, the waterfront property that the person owns, are you taking away the 15 meters from the high water mark? And we're saying, no, you're not engaging in a development that triggers the requirement for these development permitted area guidelines. That is the specific reason why we have the general exemption section. So it indicates where you're not going to be subject to these guidelines that are of concern. And most typically, these are the waterfront property owners who have their their family residence there, the single family dwelling, the outbuildings and whatnot. Those are listed exemptions, and we had discussed those at the last meeting. I'm happy to address any other examples that people want to come forward with regarding their property. What we're trying to do with this, no different than other municipalities that are waterfront communities, is those larger scale developments, as you had mentioned, with the land assembly piece, and that there's a process of the technical requirements to submit and confirm that the foreshore area is protected. And through that is where those technical reports are going to be submitted and reviewed. We're not looking for the single family homeowner to go through all these expenses of having to submit a report. In the instance, there was a question about what does 2,000 touch points mean? We're talking about the various types of engagement opportunities where people may have participated in an open house through written submissions. There was a few pop-up events that we had where people would stop by and have discussions. So there was approximately 2,000 where having to do an engagement process through COVID was very challenging, but it also helped us realize that we had to explore something beyond just the standard open house format that was utilized quite frequently before COVID. We had to get creative, include some of those physical in-person opportunities that we were more comfortable with having last year. But before that, newspaper opportunities with some of the fold-out pieces that were included, online surveys, emails, any type of engagement opportunity that really expanded far beyond what we have done in the past with these types of projects. So that's what that's related to. In terms of plain language, always happy to try and work on more opportunities to try and describe what the intent of certain areas are, and certainly open to suggestions of where that wording can be changed. Council is involved. As it was noted, we've had various meetings to have council at the table. They went through multiple workshops last year to go through these opportunities to provide their input and recommendations for changes before we got to the public hearing in September of last year. If there is feedback from insurance companies, other types of agencies that are saying that the property is being devalued, I'd like to receive that information in writing so I can follow up with them. No different than when I received concerns regarding BC assessment and I followed up with them. So please forward that on to staff. I'm not in charge of parks or any types of public works, but more than happy to follow up with the proper department regarding works in Cooper's Cove. If something's happening in there, I'm not familiar with that, but I can certainly follow up on that piece. What else? Step code requirements. So zero step code was brought in recently on a voluntary basis, and eventually it will become a mandatory requirement throughout the province, no different than the existing step code. But we can't forget the fact that while these electric heating and cooling and other sources for habitation within your building are available, it's not precluding the opportunity to have secondary backup fossil fuel opportunities. That's stated in the zero step code piece. So what we're doing is just a mandatory piece about following along with what the province is indicating, our requirements. The document talks about if you want to get to a net zero community, you can accelerate the process. We've explored that previously with our building bylaw. We identified the challenges. We're not saying just because a policy exists within our official community plan that the building bylaw is going to be opened up the next day after the OCP gets adopted. It's just saying, here are the set targets on how to reach net zero as requested by the province. If you do these, you have a better success rate of meeting that by a certain deadline. Certainly, if we don't follow that, the building bylaw remains as is until further amended, and we follow whatever the mandatory provincial requirements are. And if the best practices and certain policies look the same, that's because they are best practices. That's what most municipalities are now following on in terms of the document. So being a waterfront community, we're going to be looking at other waterfront communities to see what they're incorporating. So those are some of the items that I just want to touch on based on what I heard. And of course, the other aspects, I think mostly I mentioned it in a earlier item. Zoning and the official community plan are two different components that are regulated. The official community plan looks at land use designation. The zoning bylaw looks at the regulation of those and zoning. Those are separate pieces. So somebody says, I've got an industrial zone property or I've got a commercial zone property and I'm in the gateway residential area. What happens when this comes in? You have the benefit of having a zoning in place that if somebody were to come in tomorrow to ask for that zoning, they might not necessarily get that because the OCP policies don't support that, but they have the benefit to continue on with that zoning that's in place and to continue on with whatever the zoning bylaw prescribes. So the OCP won't change that. You have the benefit of that zone in place. So there needs to be, that understanding of distinction between what the official community plan is and what it can help do to facilitate a rezoning application and what you have in place currently as your existing zoning and the abilities to operate under the zoning bylaw based on those specific zoning regulations. So just wanted to make that distinction there. So I think with that, I'll leave that there. If there's questions, I'll further answer them. But there just seems to be a misunderstanding with the exemptions. I know one comment was that those exemptions should be replicated at the beginning of every DPA section. I'm challenged with, the request to tighten up this document and not make it as lengthy. So that's what the general exemption section is at the beginning. Otherwise, we're going to be adding a number of additional pages by including at the beginning of every single one. But if that provides clarity, I would look for that direction from council as well.
Thank you, Mr. Paolo. I think the other comment there is that the CRD also owns parkland in Cooper's Cove. So there's also a possibility that CRD is doing works or the ministry as part of their completion of the highway works. I'm not sure. I haven't seen our staff there, but it's something we can follow up with and get back to, if you want to touch base, Mr. Chamberlain, we can address that. I just know there's a section there that CRD is also working on. Councillor St. Pierre.
Just had a comment in terms of clarity. I think that it's been clear to everyone, and I've mentioned it before, and many on council have also mentioned the need for more clarity in the document. I think it's simply because it's actually a document that's generally meant for staff to interpret with, the development community in terms of actually realizing the vision of the community. So I also heard, for example, why is there no costing attached to this? It's because it's a wish list. It is a wish list. It's the vision of the community. It's a wish of the community for what we can actually achieve and become. The OCP is not actually meant to be necessarily all costed out, because if you did that, you'd be costing out the moon, because it's a wish list. It is a wish list. Just wanted to mention that offhand because you didn't address that particular question, and it's one that really struck me. I would like to see flowcharts. I would like your average residential homeowner, waterfront or otherwise, to be able to go and look at a flowchart and say, what the hell do I need to get to a place where I can do what I want to do? And if I don't need a development permit, I don't need this, I don't need that, that's great. But people need flowcharts, because quite frankly, the document itself, if you have to try and follow through and interpret the language, it's too much for your average lay person. And so I suggest that we need some translation, some graphics, some ways that people can actually really understand what's being said. Thank you very much. Great work, by the way. Loved your answers.
Okay, are there any questions from other members of council to staff at this time on the report? That we had asked for just sort of a response from the last committee of the whole. So this came forward, and it's all pieces that will take forward ongoing. So otherwise, Councillor Lajeunesse?
Yeah, I just had one comment, and it's
I'm asking for, you're asking a question?
No.
Okay, well then, we can speak when there's a motion live. We're in a council meeting, not a committee of the whole. And I should have called you out as well. So sorry for letting that slip. As a chair, I have the privilege of speaking whenever I want until a member of council tells me to stop talking. Okay, so the recommendation here is that council receive the June 19, 2023 OCP input session follow-up report for information. Moved by Councillor Bateman and seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. Would you now like to speak to your motion?
Well, the one thing I was curious about was your recommendation or your thoughts around moving this next week's committee of the whole to September.
That'll be a follow-up item to discuss.
Otherwise, nothing more.
Thank you, Councillor St. Pierre.
I'm hoping at some point that Mr. Paulo will have a chance to actually present this report fully in public, but I don't know if that's actually possible once we do this.
But he is presenting it in public now.
Fully.
With a PowerPoint.
You would like a PowerPoint?
I think that the public had many questions that were answered in this report at length. And that at this point, there's been an opportunity for the public to actually hear all of those answers. I think an explanation from Mr. Paulo on many of these questions would be more useful than the report itself. As we have already experienced, the language is not always clear. And I think the opportunity to hear it from someone and to actually have a chance to have questions answered from council at least would be useful to the public.
Okay, that's something to consider. Councillor McMath, did I see your hand? Councillor Lajeunesse?
Yeah, I'll just, in your report, under 15-meter setback requirement and exemptions on page 236 of 397 of tonight's agenda, it says the 15-meter setback is included in DPA 3 is typically for large-scale developments. I'm just wondering if we could change that typically to exclusively for large-scale developments. Semantics, I know, but.
Want me to respond to that? Yeah. So as I stated further on in the report regarding exemptions versus providing where it's applicable, it's easier to provide where these DPAs are exempted as opposed to trying to figure out everything that it's applicable. They're typically going to be large scale developments because that's going to be of the commercial or multifamily residential nature. But if it's a single family development, if it's a duplex, the accessory building, outhouse or outbuilding type development, those are exempt. There could be other commercial developments that aren't large scale in nature. They could be smaller, but they're commercial and they're still triggering that DPA. It's just, where do we see this type of development? We're trying to encourage density on the waterfront. They're going to be the larger scale developments.
So a change of use. So someone turning a single family unit into a large commercial venture and building something that's 7,000 square feet in size, this would apply because you're changing the scale and the neighborhood. But some would argue that 7,000 square feet is not big. So I think that's the typically place. We're on the motion. Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I was very disturbed when Mr. Nicholson, he was here, and I've talked to him privately a number of times, and he feels that his questions weren't answered. He was waiting for the reply, and unfortunately he left before staff could address some of those concerns that he had. Is there some way that we could mail him a copy of the report? Because I know he's quite concerned about it. And I think he's still left up in the air. He's not sure about that response, or if somebody could take it to him. You know, so I was concerned about him specifically because I know his condition and I know what he's up against. And I don't think he got answers to his questions.
Yeah, what I had said was that let's vary the agenda so that we can address this now and then people can leave. Which is why but a lot of times people are speaking when I'm talking. So I think if you can't listen and speak at the same time, then that might have got left. But that was why we varied the agenda. Otherwise, we'd still be on the earlier item. But I think to Councillor Bettle's point, if there's a way of mailing it out, that may help.
It's being handled as we speak.
It's being handled as we speak. Thank you, Councillor McMath. Any other comments at this time on the motion? It's to receipt, Councillor McMath.
He's pulling.
So Councillor St. Pierre made a comment that this document is just a wish list, to which I would counter, then what is the point of having an OCP at all? And then the other piece that you mentioned was that it is a document for staff. But that's not true. It's for the user, and that includes the community. And we have very intelligent, intellectual, talented staff, but clearly even user groups are either not understanding or something doesn't work. And regardless, there's an issue. So it is getting a little spicy, but as it should, because people are feeling duress because there is a lack of clarity. And I appreciate what you're saying. And I'm sure like typically it would be commercial, for example, but that doesn't resonate and it doesn't give the community that confidence. And that's really what they're looking for. Mrs. Clarkson mentioned what is environmentally sensitive. So I think the idea of postponing for that September, give people a break, get back some of that quality of life, and then we start to have clarity. And if it gets bigger, it gets bigger. But regardless, whether you have one perspective or another, the main message is the community really wants us to hear them and to show, edit, and explain. And then that's going to alleviate so much of the quality of life that's taken a hit, because it's 11 o'clock at night and everyone is, you know, they're spent. And so I just, the other piece I was going to mention in terms of like aspirational, and I'll just bring back up the agenda here. Page 237 of 401, regulating South land. So it says here, the new OCP does not regulate South land use management, but then you have a trail and a map that goes through land that is not district land. So that is where there is frustration or animosity and the mention of tokenism. And so I just wanted to touch on that.
Okay, so we have a motion that's been moved and seconded. So I'm going to call the question on that, please. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. The next piece I raised was, does council want to have the committee of the whole next Monday at 7 p.m? Or do you want to remove that and have it not in August, just saying, but look at a fall date? So I'm just looking, I'm hearing from a few that is what they would prefer to do. Let's see, typically because we recess for the month of August, let's see here. We'd be looking at usually when our committee of the whole would be September the 18th. At which we will not be available. Council will be away that week. It's UBCM week. So Matthew or Mr. Powell will be here, but council won't be. So I don't think that works. The 25th is a regular council meeting date. So October 2nd is a federal stat. So we could look at October the 3rd. We have a Sea Park Commission meeting that day.
That's a year.
which is it's a year to the public hearing. So by then we'll have, hopefully we would have made a decision on our hire by that point. Council will also be receiving excellent intel from other communities that have advanced to step code 5 and have done a lot of amazing things, including Fort St. John. So that could be a potential. Sorry, what day did I say that was? Not October the 3rd. October the 3rd at 7 o'clock. And then that way it'll just lift off for the summer. Okay, so I'm going to ask then that there's a placeholder for next Monday. But I think we might need that to finish off our council meeting. So council, you're still going to have to hold that. I'm like, it's not your free parking or no meeting night. We're still gonna have to be here, but in this case, it'll be October the 3rd. Okay. Oh yeah, we need to make that motion first, but, okay. So the first one would be, thank you for that point of order, that council extend the meeting time to extend the meeting past 11 o'clock. Moved by Councillor Beddoes.
Okay.
I need a motion because we're after 11. We got to do something.
Someone seconded it, but I.
Move.
Okay, either one.
Moved by Councillor Beddoes that council agrees to meet past 11 and Councillor McMath is seconding it, but now into the microphone.
Oh, all right, for me? If you moved it, you get to speak first.
No, I called you out as.
Okay, all right. Anyways, I don't want to go much further tonight.
Okay.
I don't mind. We have to finish some business, but we have a lot here. We're not going to get through to that till 1 a.m. I don't want to stay to 1 a.m. We are busy tomorrow morning at 8:45, or is it? Yeah, I think that's it. And we're all day. And we need to be fresh for that. So I would like to wrap this up, and the other things that we didn't get to, maybe do next Monday.
Okay, so that's moved by Councillor Beddoes, seconded by Councillor McMath. We have our community. There's a few pieces though that are time sensitive. Our community ec dev is here tonight and not available, and I don't want her to be chastised by the public for not being available next week to present that report when she has that time scheduled. So we'll see what happens. I'm just getting my second wind. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? What? Oh, sorry. Forgot about you. Go ahead.
So I would like to have the MRDT presentation from the economic development officer, but the rest be put to the following meeting.
I'm okay with that.
There's a few pieces though, as I said, can we pass this motion and then we can see what items are time sensitive, because there's a couple that are.
Okay.
All right.
I could amend my motion to finish off the time sensitive ones and then adjourn. 11:30.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor? And I'm opposed because I want to get through the agenda. It's carried. Ms. Mushada, in terms of time sensitive items.
Sorry, are we going to finish this? The OCP?
Oh, yeah, with the OCP one. Okay, this is still all here. That council directs staff to schedule a committee of the whole meeting for the OCP on October 3rd, 2023 at 7 o'clock. Moved by Councillor Bateman, seconded by Councillor McMath. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Bateman? Councillor McMath? Anyone else? No. Go ahead.
Well, I think it's prudent to postpone this into October for sure. We have a hiring of a CAO coming. We also have the province that's going to drop legislation on us. That's going to have a land use implications, and maybe our OCP is not going to be aligned with the provincial, as well as we've hired a consulting firm to go through all of our bylaws. And that's not due till, I think, March or something like that. So.
Well, the engagement starts now.
Right.
The final report will be done in March. The process is on now.
So what my point is that we've got a lot of pieces up in the air with the OCP. I think that we've got to continue to take input from the public. And then I think we've got to come up with some hard decisions around where we're going to amend it, because it clearly it needs amending. So my opinion.
Okay, anyone else? Counselor St. Pierre.
I've heard over and over that the OCP has flaws. I think its biggest flaws is a lack of clarity. And excuse me, I'm really tired now. I do think that
We're talking about scheduling a
Yes.
date. So I want you to speak to whether you agree or disagree with
I
that.
don't think we should be delaying in deference to the building community that needs to actually have direction, in deference to staff that needs to actually renew bylaws so that we can actually have affordable housing policies that work. We got a ton of work to do. I do think that we need clarity and we shouldn't rush the document. But I want to remind everyone that we're actually trying to get this thing working. So we can't put it off forever.
Counselor Beddoes?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with going to October just by looking at the schedule and, you know, I am interested in getting it done right. I don't quite agree with some of my colleagues, but it's important that the public be heard. And there's not much of an opportunity left in this month. August, we shut down. September, we have other things on the go. So October is probably the earliest possible date. And by that time, we should have a CAO hired. And I think that that'll be the time to proceed and make the changes that are necessary, if necessary, and get it done. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. There's a couple of items that we want to address tonight. So that'll be namely the Community Economic Development Report. Ms. Machado?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify the special regular meeting or the special meeting that will take place to continue the agenda. Will that be at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday?
No, that'll be back to our usual time at 7.
Okay.
Will that work?
Sure. The only item I see on here that is time sensitive is the Rotary sponsorship. I think everything else can wait till next Monday.
But I believe that our community economic
Sorry,
development.
besides that one, you had already mentioned that one.
Okay, so that one will be done tonight. I'm trying to think. Sorry, do you have a point of order? Say point of order.
It's just if you move it from 1 to 7, I can attend.
So you would prefer a 1 o'clock next week?
Keep the original time.
Keep the original time. Does that work for council to meet at 1 next week instead of 7?
It has to be.
Well, if I have quorum, we can meet at 7, so.
And we'll deal with the rest of this.
Well, what I'm trying to work out here is what items we are going to deal with tonight and what we're going to move to next week. So I was interrupted in that and the 7 o'clock doesn't work. So it needs to be at 1 o'clock so that Councillor McMath can participate. And that's fine. It's still in my calendar. So Councillor Lajinski, turn off your microphone, please. Thank you. So then, okay. So for tonight then, so that means the consent agenda can go next week. The community ECDev report we'll hear tonight. Well, we have our community, our staff member is not available next week. So we're hearing it tonight. The ride hailing 10.3 will be next week. The ACE Memorial Project needs to be dealt with tonight. The Roadier sponsorship needs to be dealt with tonight. And your notice of motion for the step code next week. Okay, but your notice of motion, which we need to waive notice on the mural, needs to be done tonight. And the all items under item 12 can go to next week, as well as verbal reports. So we do have a few things that are time sensitive that we need to do.
I think the ACE Memorial Project could wait till Monday.
The gentleman needs to move. He's packing.
We're still working on that. I think it's fine. It's, we know that it's coming. So waiving the policies tonight or next Monday, I don't think is going to make much difference.
Okay, but there's contact happening there.
Yep.
Okay, as I've just.
Yep.
The man has to
I've
move.
already been in touch with him.
Okay, so that will move to next week. Okay. Pretty clear, I think. Not really, but that's okay. 10.1. over to our staff member. Thank you so much, Gail, and to those of you still in the room to hear this item. Thanks for hanging in there with us.
Sorry, one more point of clarification. There's actually two presentations under this heading. One for the quarterly report for economic development, and there's a second presentation for MRDT. Hearing both of them?
Well, that's, yes, because our staff member is here tonight and not next week.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to share with you my second quarter report since starting with the District of Sauk in late November of 2022. I know this is important because we've had a lot of discussion today about the OCP and various other planning and development initiatives. I want to present something that you can really wrap your heads around right now, how much work has been done from a community economic development. And that it supports our District of Sauk business plans. So if you, oh, it's this one, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, so there's basically 4 portfolio items under my role and responsibility. Is to look at our tourism visitor economy and ensure that it is developed in such a way that it is going to generate a strong economy for Sauk. Then there's the business sustainability and growth practices. And again, that comes to working with our local small and medium-sized businesses and ensuring that they are sustainable, that there's growth happening, that we do not lose them. The third portfolio is social economic support. And what that means is my role works directly with a number of not-for-profit organizations that have a function to support the socioeconomic development within the community. And the fourth is the arts and culture support. I'm very passionate about arts and culture in the community. I think it's the lifeblood of a community. And we have lots of work to do in that area, but we have a number of focuses here and we are working on all of those at one time. So I'm going to break this up and I'm just going to give you the highlights of the second quarter, April through June. And I'll start here by saying that my position supports the service agreement partners that DOS has in place. And those service agreement partners include the Chamber of Commerce, the Sauk Regional Tourism Association, Sauk Community Region Health Network, and a few others that I haven't identified, but certainly they may not have a service agreement, but I do work with them very closely. I have been working to reestablish stakeholder relationships. My understanding is that the District of Sauk did not have a full-time economic development person for approximately 2 years working on the relationships. So that was a high priority for me coming in. My background tells me I can't do my work unless I have very, very strong relationships outside of the district. So I've been working, like I say, with a number of existing partnerships that needed to be, I think, enhanced, and then working with a number of new organizations that I thought were important to moving us forward and meeting our business plan. And then I've been assessing activities, my personal activities, to ensure that they do align with the District of Sauk's business plan, and that and I also run it up against the lens of the OCP. I know it's draft, but it's important. I have to know what's in that OCP. I have to know what I'm doing and that it's meeting some of the obligations. Certainly climate change, green lands, environment, but it's also business development that's so very much important to this community. I hear it all the time when I'm out on the street. So those are some of them. The rest of them are hosting the MRDT. For those that do not know what an MRDT stands for, it stands for Municipal Regional District Tax. It's the hotel tax, for want of a better word. It's been around for over 18 years. Souk happens to be one of the only communities in British Columbia and Vancouver Island that doesn't collect it. We are leaving money off the table. And it's important if you want to grow an economic tourism industry, we have to go after that. So I spent a lot of time, actually, right from the get-go, pulling together meetings with local tourism organizations, right from the province all the way down. In fact, I've even gone as high as the federal government, calling in Pacifican, calling in the province, calling in the regional destination marketing organizations, and having a really clear, open discussion and dialogue about the MRDT. Can we go for it? Can we get enough support from our accommodators? So that's been going on. And we're doing extraordinarily well moving this forward. And my next presentation is more about the MRDT, and I'll give you more. So I've also explored eco-friendly and climate action focused funding streams and support programs that sustain and grow Souk's business sector. And again, anything we touch today, this world has changed. It's changed in a way that whatever we used to do in the past, from strategic planning, action planning, it has to have some of the sustainability and resiliency focuses brought into it. So I'm looking, like I say, growing Souk's business sector and expanding our tourism visitor economy that way. Oh, I think I didn't move that forward. Okay, I'll get onto that. So let me break down the visitor economy for you. I was born and brought up in Victoria 75 years ago. And I know that Souk was our background, our backyard in the summer. My family fished here, we camped here, we did everything. But we also knew it was logging and fishing. It's not that anymore. We know we've got an absolutely incredible coastline that draws in interest from all around the world for people to visit us. We know that our visitor economy is going to be our very, very direct economic driver. So a lot of work needs to be done in that area. That's why the MRDT application is so very important. I've been trying to work on a regional application. It's moving slower than I wanted to, but it is moving along. I decided, with Matthew's support and of this, that it should be the District of Souk moving it forward. We can't wait any longer. The others can come aboard as they're ready, but we can't wait any further. So I have been moving forward with it's called 4VI. It used to be Vancouver Tourism or Vancouver Island Tourism. It's now Tourism Vancouver Island 4VI. So I'll fill you in a little bit more, but I've just received today a revised proposal with a quote of how much, timelines, etc., in which DOS will move forward on the MRDT application. I've also recognized, working in this whole process of our building our tourism economy, that the District of Souk didn't have a very significant photo bank. All of a sudden, I'm starting to get a whole bunch of media requests, and can I get photos? Can I get videos? Can I get this? Can I get that? And we didn't have it. We had some, and some of it was very good, but we didn't have enough of what they were looking for. So between Christina, Moog, and myself, it was agreed that we're going to build that photo bank. I want to work closely with CERTA on this. CERTA has some photos, but it isn't, we haven't been collaborative on it. We need to work together to build it together. We need to know that when media or Destination BC phones us and says, I've got a media group coming in, a filming group. I want to see what we can do here in Souk. I need to be able to pick up the phone CERTA and say, have you got all this, photos and videos and everything? They can't do it. They're volunteer based. They don't have dedicated funding. They can do some of it, but so a lot of it has to fall back on the CEDO position for District of Souk. I have the experience in doing that and I can do it and I'm willing to do it. And it's made a difference because I've already been able to satisfy a couple of media requests that have come and gone. And we will see evidence of Souk in United Kingdom in the fall. I also recognize in going through all this process, we have film permitting. Absolutely. You have to have a permit if somebody's going to come in and film it. But we don't have a dedicated web page for the building the film industry here. So that's another area I saw as a gap and an opportunity that we have to start developing. I've reached out. I did a whole bunch of research on it, tried to figure out who was the best practices in this area. There are some excellent ones. I'm working with Ladysmith right now, and they're going to help me to build a much more enhanced and I guess informative, dedicated web page for attracting the film industry and working with them. So I'm going to move on to business development. And business development, I've been working with a group of approximately 12 people from Souk. Councillor Dana Lajanice is on that with us, but we've also got local citizens, business people. And we are working with, it's called Cooperatives First Canada. They provided us a consultant at no cost so that we could explore the opportunity of seeing if it might be viable to establish a investment cooperative right here in Souk and area. We don't have a community futures. We don't have a women enterprise center here. We don't have a futurepreneurs here. We are Souk and we get left out a lot. I'm not 100% sure why, but I'm still trying to find out. But we don't have those things. And in order to grow the way we want to grow, we need to have those things. So this is an opportunity to explore whether or not we can get an investment cooperative going here. And just today we had an excellent meeting with the consultant that is leading towards a better understanding how that will be structured. Biggest question that comes up is how are you going to seed fund it? Where's the money coming from? Do people really want to invest $1,000 a share? Those are things that have to be worked out. It's not going to be fast, but it is going to work. From a business retention and expansion point of view, Sukarama was great. I have to tell you, I know it was a bit of a holdback because of COVID-19, but I attended it along with one of the other staff members from the District of Souk. We had a booth. I personally walked that floor all day long. I went and introduced myself to every single one of the booths. That meant businesses. I found out so much about Souk and a lot of things that were hidden. I had no idea whatsoever that the Souk had a women in business network that has been existing for 9 years and doesn't even have a website. How are you going to find out about it if there's no website? So I've reached out to them and we're now working together. And what I told them is that all I'm wanting to do is to be an ally, to support them. How do they, what kind of supports do they need? And one of the things I can do because of my long history and knowing a lot of people at various levels and organizations is to be able to pick up the phone and say, would you like to come to Souk and do a presentation for a Women in Business Network? they carry and they say, absolutely. This offers them the opportunity of knowing that there are organizations out there that provide you lots of business support, such as business planning, market planning, that sort of thing, but also can attach them to a $60,000 loan should they need it. Because we can't offer that right now. It's not here. So those are the sort of things I've been working with from a business retention and expansion point of view. From a cooperative business point of view, somebody mentioned earlier today, Stick in the Mud is closing down its cafe, July 23rd. So a group of citizens that, and I imagine it's quite a group, much larger than just the small handful I'm working with, don't want to see it close. It's a meeting hub. It's a place where people hang out, exchange information, share information. And I see a lot of the counselors down there. I'm sure you're gathering information. But so what I've done is offer to help them right from the get-go, and was able to save them $50,000 by saying one thing and one thing only. They were going to hire a consultant to come and do a business plan and everything. And I said, why? Why would you have to do that? You got a business owner that's been operating that for over 7 years, highly successful. You got all the financials, you got all the business plan. You don't need to have that done. And I was able to say, I'll connect you with cooperatives first. They'll give you a consultant at no cost. And the very last thing that the consultant they were going to hire is the very first thing that should have been done. So, I mean, it's just a matter of, I guess, when you're old and gray like me, there's a lot of experience comes from this, and you just kind of know, here's some things you should know. And that's all I'm doing is sharing and trying to assist and support. So from a social service supports point of view, under that portfolio, I'm liaising.
Sorry, Ms. Scott, I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm also mindful that council didn't want to meet past 11:30, but we agreed to hear some items. And so while I don't want to cut your presentation short, I need to cut it short.
Okay, I'll be real quick. Social service supports. I liaise with a number of organizations in town, from the Village Initiative, the Search and to numbers. And it's all about capacity building and supporting them, finding out about grants where they might be available and that sort of thing. From an arts and culture point, oh, I should mention this one thing. For also working with Royal Roads University City Studio, we have an agreement in place. So that'll be starting in the fall. We'll be looking at food security and coming up with an action plan. From an arts and culture point of view, I'm liaising with the Souk Fine Arts show and quite enjoying my work with Terry Moore. There's a number of things that I've been able to help her with, from promotion to marketing to awareness to funding and to other things. We've got a couple of ideas we want to work on after the show, and that is to introduce and bring back more of a focus on First Nations arts and culture. That is because at one point it used to include quite a significant piece of our First Nations arts and culture, but the woman who led it has passed away and nobody's picked up from there. So we've got some work to do there. So looking at reflections for next quarter, I've got thousands of things to do. I won't bore you with them, but anyways, it's continuation of all the things that I'm doing. There's a couple of new things that are really exciting, but I'll save them for the third quarter report. And from a measurables point of view, I would love to give you some numbers. I can't right now, but what I can say from a measurables, and I know these are measurables, is to be able to provide you in quarter 3 and 4, total new funding and support service values that have been achieved through grant applications and proposals, the number of new CED partnerships, relationships that have been created this year and we'll measure it year over year. And the number of small and medium enterprises or businesses that I've supported this year and measure it year over year. And that's about all I can tell you. That's my report. I would love to go into the MRDT. And I know you really want to hear it, Megan. There's 2 more meetings this week that are taking place that are very important to moving it forward. So what I'd really like to do is present the MRDT when I'm back from vacation. If we can find a separate date, you could come and see me. I could talk to you about it, but it might have to be October now. Is that correct?
No, it was more, I'm sure if you work with Ms. Bushata, we can find time in September. It was just looking for a specific separate meeting altogether for the OCP. So that's why we drifted into October for that, because of what we have scheduled in the UBCM and the like.
Okay.
So is that correct, Ms. Bushata? Ms. Scott can work with you and find an agenda date there.
Yeah, there should be an available date in September.
Yeah, so we'll go with that.
All right. So that's my report. And thanks very much for your patience and time tonight.
No, thank you for hanging in with us. It's obvious you're very passionate about your work and we certainly appreciate hearing you. I think it's just for some, the mental, it's just getting late. We'll leave it at that. Okay. So on that note, I'm going to ask council that if you have any follow-up questions, that maybe you can write them down and not ask them now. Meet with Ms. Scott or raise a notice of motion or something that you would like to have brought back, and we can elaborate more at a later date, because I'm just mindful of the time and capacity. Okay, so let's not do that now. All right, so motion to receive the report, please. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Lajeunesse. All good? All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, the other time sensitive item, the MRDT is shifted. Thank you. If not sure if that's why you were here. Oh, no. Okay.
That's the thing, like, did we set 11:30? Like,
We set 11:30 and we're at 11:40 now.
that's fine. They're never gonna.
Well, we had options. Rotary sponsorship was the one here. They're looking for the sponsorship. There's $200. So it is that council provide a sponsorship to the Sooke Rotary Club hockey tournament in the amount of $100 and the Sooke Rotary Club golf tournament in the amount of $100, with funds to come from the sponsorship budget. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Beddoes. You can now register your team for the golf tournament. So all those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. The other one is the mural project. So I'm asked Councillor Bateman to bring this forward, and he's been working on it. Also, because of the reason why this is time sensitive is because of artist availability in the weather window. So that's why I'm asking first that council waive the notice of motion requirement for consideration of the Bill Dixon mural project. Is someone willing to move that? Moved by Councillor Bateman and seconded by Councillor St. Pierre.
Sorry, we just noted that the dollar amount that's mentioned in number 4 is not enough to cover what he presented earlier this evening.
2001-24.
Okay, well, let's deal with waiving notice first. Okay. So all those in favor? That's unanimous. A lot of clattering. And then, as you know, Councillor Bateman's been keeping everyone apprised of the work that he's doing to do this. This is quite a collaboration to have the various parties together. So thank you, Councillor, for taking that initiative. This mural, as you know, is deteriorating and we need to do something with it. So what we have here, and can this all be read together? Let's try that and see.
Yes.
that council waive the municipal arts program policy 13.4 and naming of municipal assets and infrastructure policy CO-019 as they relate to the Bill Dixon mural at Cedar Grove Mall. That council confirm consideration of the 5 criteria for the acquisition of artwork under 5.2 of the municipal arts program policy number 13.4, that the district of Sault take ownership of the mural with no expectation of permanent exhibition based solely on the condition of the artwork. And that council authorize funding for the mural from the Sault Program of the Arts Reserve Fund to a maximum of 22,124 pending further contributions from Mosaic Forest Management. I just picked that one. And 5, that council directs staff to prepare a plaque to be placed adjacent to the mural with text that cites the history of the mural, the artists involved in the contribution of Mosaic Forest Management as per its deed of gift to the district signed on December 22nd, 2022. So Councillor St. Pierre is moving that. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Lajeunesse. So now I'll ask if there's any clarity that you need on this. It's coming from the Program of the Arts Fund because it's public art. So that's why I picked that one. Other things?
Not sure if the 22,124 takes into account the cost of the plaque. Are we worried about that at all? Do we want to round it off to 23 max or something? It's still only going to be what it costs, but. Or is this something that we could just do separately?
We were just discussing the same.
Read my mind.
I would think what I would do is, given that the mural is for public artwork, that seems to be in keep, just layperson, spa reserve for that. The plaque should come from council contingency. So when we know what the size and what it's going to look like and the material and how it's mounted, that'll be another cost and we can deal with it then. But the mural is the main thing to get done, and then we can deal with the plaque, because the plaque is not art. It explains the art, but I think it can come. Yeah. Councillor Bateman.
I'll just quickly note that Mosaic has will consider offering some additional funds to cover the artist honorariums of the First Nation artists in particular. So this number may drop, hopefully considerably, but yeah, they've contributed 8,000 so far, and we're hoping for a little more.
Councillor Beddoes.
We have how much is in the arts fund, whatever it's called here?
100 and something?
I believe, sorry, I just closed my computer. I believe at 2022 year end, it was about approximately 142,000.
We got the money, thanks.
Yes.
It's exciting to see artwork happen. Any other questions or concerns from anyone? Okay, I'll call a question then. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Was there something else that was time sensitive? I don't think so. I think everything else will move to next week at 1. It's a good thing you flagged that, Councillor McMath, because otherwise you would have missed the fun of the committee of the whole if we had it at 7. Okay. All right. Council adjourned the meeting at 11:45. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Lajeunesse. Would you like to motivate? Councillor Lajeunesse? Nope. All right. No swear words. All those in favor? That's unanimous.